Hello and welcome to the Lake County School Board Workshop, June 1st. If you would all please rise for a moment of silence, led by Mr. Matthias and the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, hello and welcome to the workshop. I believe my agenda is pulling up my agenda. School board, we have two public interest.
So, Dr. Burns, just a correction. I don't have Mr. Klatt logged in, so I'm not sure if he's speaking or not.
Okay. All right. So are we ready to move to public interest with Ms. Cronin? Okay, let's go with her first. Kim Cronin with the SEIU.
Good morning.
Morning.
I forgot to put my thing in so that I could be on that screen, so I'm here this morning. So first off, I have not been able to see the allocation of the staffing plan, so I have no comments on that. Do have comments, though, on the crisis, emergency and crisis management policy. Now, I did hear you last week. You did talk about negotiating this. But my issue is you're changing the way it is. So I've got to negotiate something lower than starting with a payment that's lower for employees than it currently is right now. This is talking about having some type of stipend or and then getting their regular pay and time and a half for anything over 40 hours. The current policy now talks about double time for the employees. So I think that this policy should say double time. And, go from there. If we want to negotiate a change in that, then we negotiate a change. But let's not start at a different, I don't even know what they're going to get paid. Because it only talks about their regular rate of pay and something extra for that. Everybody gets paid time and a half when you're working over 40 hours in 7 days. So the other thing I didn't see in here was the sanitation and housekeeping, 7420, where it talked about the head custodian and the kind of little committee at the school where it had a teacher and a student. I didn't see that come back, so I don't know. I'm just double checking on that. Because it was discussed last week, and I think he's agreed that we didn't need a teacher and a student on there. So that's really all I have. Thank you. And is the staffing plan out? Is there somewhere I can get it before I leave?
It is, and we can also probably provide you a paper copy as well, but it is
Okay.
online.
It is? Oh, okay, when I checked this morning, I didn't see it. Okay. All right. All righty, thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
All right. Did we have our second public input person show up? No?
We do not.
Okay.
May I?
Hang on.
Dr. Barnes, Stuart Klatt is interested in providing public input. He did send me his information. I emailed him at his district email address instead of his union email address. So I have just forwarded him the Zoom link, and he should be
I have him.
shortly. There we go. I stalled just.
Wait.
Fabulous.
Chairman,
Yes.
could I give the superintendent a second to respond to Mrs. Cronin
Yes.
with the language?
Yes, please.
So in reference to the emergency crisis policy, it does read it's a minimum of time and a half with clarifying language that would need to be bargained and negotiated. And I know that Mr. Farnsworth had some conversation about that. So if you're feeling different about that now, just know that we do have it does state in the policy a minimum of time and a half to be bargained.
That's anything over 40 hours.
The number of hours. But Mr. Farnsworth, if you have that one in front of you, that addresses it further.
I don't have it in front of me right this second. When we get to the policy section of the workshop, if that could buy me a little time in between to pull the policies in front of me. I don't have that one in front of me right this second.
Okay.
Okay. And I remember with the other policy she brought up that we did pull, we decided that it would only be principals and
That's correct. That's correct.
the
That
head
one's fine.
custodian.
Right. Okay, thanks, Kim. Or you can
So,
stay.
okay.
I'd just like to next public input and then I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. You can find. Okay, is
Sorry.
Mr. Cladd on now?
Yes.
Is Mr. Cladd on?
He's muted.
I unmuted you.
There you go.
Very good. Hi, Stuart. Please speak.
How you doing? Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Go ahead.
First off, I'd like to congratulate all of our retiring teachers. I know they thought they were going to go out with a bang, and so kind of disappointing, but they deserve our adulation and congratulations. Second, we're getting ready to go into the second school year in a row without a contract in place. And I remember a school board member, and we don't want to repeat mistakes from the past, but I remember a school board member asking specifically how much has been budgeted to take care of our troops. And another school board member talked about making sure we had contracts in place in August. Just as a reminder, your troops made that pandemic pedagogy work for our students. I see in the allocations, and since the documents weren't on when I checked earlier, that we're using some of our SAI money for administrators. And I implore you to check state statutes 1011 and 1012, because that's really meant for student mentoring and interventions, not administrative personnel. But I'm sure Mr. Johnson will check the law. The whole thing about this allocation plan, I asked about it earlier before the pandemic and was told that there had been no meetings yet. Next thing I knew, the principals were given an allocation plan for the 2021 school year. And I got to tell you, nothing is more dependent on a teacher's work conditions than the entire allocation formula. The number of teachers, the ratio of students, yet teachers had no input into the development and modification of this plan, but we were given a 3-day comment period. Lastly, we have about 60 days before the start of our new school year. And we still really haven't done any planning. And how are we going to keep our teachers and students safe upon reopening? The FEA created a task force looking at recommendations on reopening schools. And I'll have that written report later in the week, and we'll be glad to send it to you. But in the meantime, Lake County teachers stand ready to provide assistance to the development of the Lake County plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Okay. Moving, trying to find my agenda again. I keep losing it. Okay, moving on. Our first agenda item is seem to have closed it. Bill, what's our first agenda item?
It's the allocation and staffing plan.
Thank you. With Dr. Weisskopf. Let's move on to that. Sorry about that.
Can you see this? Good morning. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity this morning, Chairman Burns and board members and the superintendent. Mr. Farnsworth and I will be kind of tag teaming both these documents, but I want to start with the allocation plan. Just a reminder that back in February, we always hand out, or we always distribute allocations in February, and then typically this document comes to you in March. When we met with each individual board member, we did talk about your request that you wanted to make sure that we had some kind of budget ideas before we put together a plan that we need to budget off of. So we've kind of done some work on that. We've also, of course, went into a shutdown, which stalled that the meetings for this plan. This plan is a plan that's done at the district level and then gathers input from people, not necessarily developed in coordination with people. So there's very few changes this year, but there are some that I wanted to go ahead and review with you. I want to make sure you have this in front of you as well if you were at the meeting. Is that correct? You guys have copies in front of you? So you'll notice, I'm just going to go through the document page by page. So on page 1, you'll just notice there's a change in some people in terms of who were the principal reps and then some position name changes. If you go to page.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so based on Stuart's comments though, about not being able to do any meetings, is this page still appropriate to be there?
So I did send it to all of these people on the page and asked for input and did take in some of that input. You'll notice later, I did put in some of the recommendations that were given to me. So we sent it out, asked for input, and then we did revise it based on some of that input. So it was kind of the same as having a meeting, but we just did it virtually and did it through email. So they've all seen the document before it came to you.
And we had a pandemic, so you couldn't meet in person.
Correct. So on page 2, you'll notice there's some basic changes on determining instructional allocations. So while we know that the state is no longer funding us at the 18-22-25 ratio, we needed to make some adjustments in terms of how we allocated instructional allocations. So we made some changes in terms of the fact that the district, and number 2, it talks about that allocations really are approved by the regional directors, and then they come to me for approval, because we do ask principals when they make adjustments to allocations to show us their schedules, to make sure that we've seen their scheduling and to do some due diligence. So the SAC committee really has never approved like instructional allocations. They do if there are changes when it comes to, like if they made changes on 4, 5, and 6, sometimes if a principal wants to trade a position, it does go through the SAC. But approval really comes through a regional and then up to my department. So there's a kind of a procedural change on number 2. And number 3, it talks about, this has been practiced but never put into writing, that if enrollment goes up, we ask that it must remain at that threshold for a minimum of 1 year before we change allocations that are on 4, 5, and 6. And we'll get to there in just a minute. But that's sort of to keep from adjusting, putting people in place, and then enrollment's declining. It's hard for those positions to go up and down. So we ask that we kind of watch that over a year. It's not to say that we don't provide support if enrollment does go up. We just don't put those permanently in place until it's a year. They've held that enrollment for a year. And we've had some cases where it did hold for a year, and this year they were allocated the extra allocations based on that enrollment.
But in years past, though, haven't we did that as the need was there, gave them the allocations to supplement?
So these allocations on 4, 5, and 6 are more like assistant principals, extra guidance counselors, clerical. So we typically don't add those on until they have been, till enrollment is at least up to 60% and it's held for a while.
Okay.
So,
But it's not
so
on
you
the
can't,
teacher
you don't
side.
get 5 students, you can't get 5 more kids and get an extra administrator. So it kind of, you sort of have to see that enrollment be there.
Right.
Before we add those.
Yeah, I see that, but I was just taking it also because this is under instructional, that this was relaying also to the teachers as well.
So teachers, we do add additional units yes, if we have student growth and we know that they need an extra teacher, we add an allocation.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask you a couple of questions if I could. So, because I didn't know that that's how we had been doing it. I thought once you trigger the next threshold, you were getting the allocation. In fact, I almost remember, I feel like we've approved in the past, if you've been close, we've given you the extra allocation, whether it's the counselor or the assistant principal. Have we,
What we have been doing, just financially, is we have been, if they get above the threshold a little bit too high, we will add like a dean, and we tend to pay for those out of like SAI. Teacher-wise, we will, if they're close, sometimes what we do is we don't cut them. If the enrollment slightly goes below, we don't take all those away, because we know that if we see the forecast, that it's probably going to go back up.
so if a school goes from 950 to 1200 1 year, we don't give it, so in order to trigger the additional allocation, they would have to maintain that for a whole year.
Not on instructional one necessarily.
Right. I'm
but the
talking
ones on
about
page 4,
assistant
5, and 6.
principals,
Yes.
assistant principals, guidance counselors, clerical assistants, data entry people. So
Now they go from 950 to 1200. That's quite. We have to look at that, right? They tend to go to 950 to, or 1200 to 1225.
I'm using the two columns there, so they might not be at 950, they might be at 1150, but that still counts as the 950
Right.
column, that threshold. So I'm saying if you go from the 950 plus threshold to the 1200 plus threshold, so I guess I'm confused. So you might be operating more than 1200 kids, but you don't get the extra allocation for a whole nother year.
That is correct, unless it goes to like a lot higher. You know what I mean? If we're adding 200 more kids or 300, then we have to consider. And I think that's why there's some gray in here. So it's really hard, because because what happens if they go to 1201, there's an expectation that they get all of the extra positions. So we tend to kind of wait and see, can they manage? Can they handle 25 more kids or 30, depending? Sometimes they'll ask for, well, if I could get a guidance counselor, because that might, so we kind of look at like what the positions are and see sort of based on need what they might need. But for the most part, we had a situation like this year where we gave some clerical, but then once they kind of held that number, we added all of the positions that came into play at the beginning of this year.
So let's say you break that 1200 threshold, and so you're going to finish out this year still at the 950 allocations. But then if the new year starts, and let's say you're only at 1205 or 1203, do you get that position, or?
They do. If they begin the year, they do.
Okay. So if you're at the beginning, so what about for schools that lose enrollment? Are we taking those away in the first year, or?
We have a situation like that in one of our DA schools, and so that is one of the positions that I am going to bring, that I'm funding through SAI, that comes to you next week for approval. So that's a situation where it's a little different, right? So we have to, every situation is kind of different, because they did lose enough enrollment, and we felt like that support we would not want to take that away. And so if they lose enrollment, it does decrease. And again, we have conversations, the regional goes out and looks at their scheduling to see if how many kids every guidance counselor has, if they need the clerical. Sometimes they'll say they do, sometimes they don't, they think they can make it. And they look at it that way. But
and so I asked that question because it's not just our DA schools that I see losing people. Probably one of the most significant hits being taken, it looks like, it's Sawgrass Bay, where they moved from the highest category down 2 steps. And so they, under this allocations formula, they would stand to lose 2 assistant principals. They'd lose a guidance counselor. They'd also lose a clerical assistant, a data entry operator, and looks like an additional secretary. They're losing all that this year?
so you're looking at, this was actually the moves. They are not losing all of that this year. No, they were down an assistant principal. Again, that's another position that I've asked to be funded from SAI. So I try to, again, balance that out. She did lose some of that, but again, some of that's through attrition, and some of those we have placed. We certainly have not, people have not lost. Remember, it's an allocation, not a person. So we've made sure that people have placements, but they did lose some of those allocations.
I'll
Right.
just say that we did have non-instructional placement that went well for those folks, and the people, Sawgrass Bay represented the majority of the people that were placed, so that they were placed in positions and have secured employment.
Yeah, well,
Sorry, I just was wondering, how did Sawgrass Bay decrease by so many? Is it the redistricting already?
Charter
No.
school.
They just lost that many students? Okay. Go
so,
ahead.
so I think that list to approve the additional the positions using SII dollars was originally on the board docs a couple weeks ago, but it was pulled. So that's going to come back to us.
It is.
Yeah, I guess I'd feel more comfortable looking at that list again to make sure that a school like Sawgrass Bay, who I think for many years has just struggled to reach its the full potential of what they've got going on there, to be pulling back support.
Mhm. And again, I've had numerous conversations with both Andrea and Stephanie Mayeski, and we've sort of looked at that and what do you need? I mean, again, we're not leaving, I don't want you to think we're leaving people without what they need, but we also have to really think about what is it that you need and make sure that we are providing the exact support that we feel like they can work with. I think we're going to see, I think financially it's fiscally responsible, but yet, and you know me, I'm the first person that's going to fight for schools. And so I think we're okay. I think she would say that she feels comfortable with what she has to start the year with.
So for that line number 3 there, when we say that they must remain above the threshold for a minimum of 1 year, we're not talking 1 calendar year, right? Like, so let's say, so you get your initial allocations of principals when the school opens in August, and now come October, you've climbed up, and so you've got, you've reached the next threshold. You're not going to get the allocation then, but if you're still above that threshold in August, you're going to get it in August, right? We're not going to wait till October.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
so should this say for instead of a minimum of 1 year for the remainder of the academic year?
Fiscal year.
Sure.
Yeah. What happens, let's say we have well, I'll just use a Hurricane Irma in April, okay? Let's pretend. And, a thing like that where a whole bunch of people literally join Sawgrass Bay, because what do we get? Several hundred extra kids during Irma. So let's pretend that happens in April. Do we wait for the allocation in August, or do we wait, like, if it's in April, it's August, right? That they could or could not get the allocation?
So if we would have an influx of 100 kids come in, when?
In like April, May, that's what I was wondering.
Then she would call her red and she would say, listen, I have 100 more kids. Say she has a kindergarten class of 300 that comes in, right? So we of course have to then allocate more allocations. I mean, we don't not allocate if we have kids, because remember, we still have to meet class size. And then we'll allocate, if that many kids come in, then of course we would consider other positions as well. So the hardest part about this is that we can put when you put this in writing, we still have to, the school situation is always different. I mean, so it's sort of, what's the wording that you can put in that people can look at, but then know that we've got to make some adjustments if needed.
Okay. All right.
So when we look at the allocation, here's probably the biggest change, considerations for determining allocations. Again, this goes back to the language that we are meeting class size averages, and we're using the state guidance versus using an 18-22-25 ratio. And that is in both in K-12. We have some blended learning situations. And so we really looked at all of the schools and what their class size average was. We know that we were still well under the class size average when we looked at the end of the year and throughout the year, and we needed to make sure that we were allocating based on what we were being funded at. So that's probably the largest change in the document. Elementary enrichment instruction allocations stayed exactly the same. That didn't change. I just moved the language into that section.
All right, so I got a couple of questions, because I know you had sent us the documents of, all the allocation sheets by school.
Mhm.
I was wondering, do you know off the top of your head, I guess, how many allocations across the district, what that totals to be?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I thought you might ask. Um, It's approximately, right now currently, and again, we still make adjustments based on sort of how the enrollments have fluctuated since February, but we are around 60 positions.
Lost, total or educational?
I'm
Like-
talking instructional basic allocations.
Instructional, okay.
Mhm.
60.
And that equates to approximately, Scott Work could probably give you a better determination, but at best figure with insurance, it's around 3 million.
Do we know, though, as an average then, about how many students would be in the classes?
Well, in K3, their class average has to be at 18. So sometimes it might be 15 and sometimes it might be around 20. It just depends on the school. So school by school, it varies. Most of the time they can they're very close to the 18, 20 to 25 mark. In high schools, it's a little harder to determine because you have AP classes of 15 and then you've got band at 100. So it's a little bit, but band doesn't count, but that's a bad example. But you have AP classes of, 18, and then you'll have a different core class, a world history class at maybe 27. So it's
So
still,
the only classes that count towards this are the core classes, right? So like if you've got band with 100, that doesn't work into your
it
average.
doesn't count, right? Mhm.
Right.
Core.
How high does this put our K1s? Do you have any idea? I'm really worried about, there's just such a developmental jump between K1 and,
I do not, because we don't have all the kindergarten enrollment in yet, so I couldn't tell you exactly what their class sizes are right now, and their schedules are not done, so I can't compute that at the moment.
I'm
I know
really
that
worried
we-
about over 20 in the K1s because like my son went in California, it was maxed at 25 and there was 25 in and it was really a lot. 25 just feels like so much more than 20 when they're kindergarten, first grade.
Mhm.
I'll tell you, I can speak from experience on this one. There's a big difference from 20 to 21 in kindergarten. And the reason I go back to this is because a lot of those classrooms have the hexagon tables. And so when I started the year 1 year with 21 kids, mathematically, a kid had to sit backwards because there weren't enough seats at the forward-facing seats at all the hexagons. So so I hope we don't get into that realm where we're mathematically some kids got to sit backwards in the class.
Mhm.
Either that or you put him away on his own little island, which that's not very encouraging either. So it was just a really rough situation. So
I think you'll find that in most elementary schools, they don't necessarily tend to put the larger class sizes in kindergarten. Again, they understand that, they look at that. So I don't think you'll see 25 anywhere. I think if you put 25 in kindergarten, you probably wouldn't make class size anyway. So, because remember, it's an average, so you still have to kind of balance that. You're still looking at 18 in most cases. So you might see a higher class or two, but I don't think you're going to see that across the board. And of
Yeah.
course, that's when a principal calls and says, listen, I've got 25 in every grade level. I'm not going to you got to help me out. And we help them out. So we have to have a starting point. And just knowing kind of, I'm going to go back to the budgetary, restraints. I think we've got to think about that. But we definitely, we have a very open line of communication between principals and regionals, and we do a lot of work in that area all summer, and as kindergarten enrollments come in, we look at it and we look at what they can do, and sometimes we do have to add. So
Dr. Weisskopf,
yes.
in that scenario, my concern is, especially with our schools that are low performing, is that we don't cut the assistance there to where we're back stepping instead of continuing to go forward. I understand the concept, but I was contacted by some teachers even this weekend at some events I was at, and they're concerned. They were told that they were going to have X amount of students above what theirs should have as far as in a high school, and their concern was about how are we going to do this. The other thing I think, which is another conversation that we'll probably be into in the near future, is once the governor tells us, or DOE tells us how we're going to be able to open up in the fall, how we're going to do this, because then it would make a different level of what would be there as far as who may be in class and who may not be. All depends on what he says. But that's some of their concern, is how are we going to get all these students in there if we're still under the same guidelines?
A page off my printer.
So we are working both on, so that's kind of, so two comments. One is that we are working on a reentry plan that would follow state guidelines. We're in the very first planning stages. And so we are planning to bring that to all interested parties and everybody who needs to be involved with having some buy-in with that and some input. On the other side, I think you'll notice that we really did look at what their class size averages. They're not that high. And if they are, then we will definitely make some adjustments. But again, we have to get schedules in place. So I think when a lot of them are already here at this level using class size average, and so I don't think we'll see I don't think you'll see enormous class sizes in this case. We don't have material, you know, you think about like a computer lab, and I mean we have to look at all the resources, the desks, the spacing, but I think you'll find that it'll be all right once we look at schedules and see what those class sizes are. We do ask principals to make a schedule so that we can run reports by class size averages and class sizes. We can tell how many kids are in each class. And so we do look at that at the beginning of the year when we're looking at all of the adjustments we need to make.
I have two. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, is it me? I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
This
Mr.
is
Dodd,
so
then
tricky.
Ms. Luke will go.
Okay, well, just kind of piggybacking on this thought about computer labs and enrichment type situations. And once again, this is where I can kind of speak from experience. I was teaching at Grassy Lake before they had, I think, seen as much enrollment of an increase as they've got now. And already back then, we had classes that would have to split and join other classes to go to enrollment, to go to some of the enrichment courses. Now I think they're up 150 or 200 kids more than were there than when I was there teaching. So I guess I'm concerned that in situations like that, you're going to end up with so many kids splitting classes to join others that you walk into a STEM lab or you walk into an art room and there aren't physically enough seats because maybe the core class has got 22 kids in it because it's 4th grade, but then you've also got 3 kids coming from a bunch of other classes, and now suddenly you've got 35 kids in an art class. So that's my concern and how that gets addressed.
For that, so are you looking at the enrichment instruction?
Right. What happens there on the enrichment side? Just because physically there are only so many places the kids can go, and so when you've got 10 classes in a grade level, and you've got PE, art, music, and a science lab. There aren't enough places for 10 classes to go. So some classes have to split, and join other classes. And at PE, that's not a big deal because obviously the field can contain all the kids. But when those kids are splitting and they're joining, I don't know, Miss class next door, and they're going to art, but now you have 2 kids coming from all these classes going to those enrichments. Those 2 kids adds up, and before you know it, you're sitting in a science lab or an art lab with 30 or 35 kids, and you just don't have that kind of space or being able to just maintain order at that point, because you just have that's really large at elementary.
So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking for. When I look at this, I didn't change anything here, and so if you're asking for a change, I would just need to know that. I think you're looking at. I know that I will tell you, even at Grassy Lake, Julie Williams is definitely one of the biggest advocates for her teachers, just like all principals are. And so they definitely, if she can't make it work, we add some kind of help with a TA or something when we look at what she has. But again, I can't determine that unless I have a schedule to see what that looks like. And so those are still things that are in the workings. So I just need to, when you put something in this document, you just have to think about like where, because sometimes the enrollment, like that doesn't really help that, what you're saying, because you don't really know if it's 1st grade or 3rd grade or kind of where that is. So
Right.
I guess I'm looking for some guidance on what you would want that to say instead of that.
Well, so I don't know if the enrollment is at the right threshold, and I guess some of this is going to have to kind of shake out when we see what the repercussions are. So maybe I'd be interested in maybe if the schools were to kind of report back to you and tell you how many kids are going to the non-core classes now as a result of this, and that then at that point we come back and revisit whether we provide an additional allocation for enrichment or whether we adjust those thresholds a little bit to ease their pain. Because I think it's challenging to just say, oh, let's arbitrarily change that from 950 to 800 and throw an
Right.
extra one at them if they don't need that. But they may end up at the situation with based on the class, based on going to the school average versus trying to maintain this 18, 22, and 25 situation, that they're going to end up with extra kids who are going to or are fine in the core, but puts the enrichment over reasonable level. So I mean, is that something that could the schools report back to you and say, here's where my enrichments are in terms of attendance, and then we revisit?
This might be a very weird year, though.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Emily, do we need to put in like a hard, fast, no greater than 20 below, K1, or do you want to have a rule there for the very young, or do you want the flexibility?
I would rather have the flexibility for people to look at that and what it looks like. Just knowing that we certainly, I think, when we look at what those numbers are, I'm telling you, if there was 25 kids in every kindergarten class, we would have a principal coming to their region to us and talking about it. I mean, we would definitely see that, and then we'd have to look at what we could do. Sometimes that means adjusting a different grade level. Sometimes we've got 17 or 15 in second grade. Sometimes it's just moving a teacher. There's some hard decisions that sometimes have to be made when you're looking at that, but that's all the part of running a school and making those determinations. So I would rather that they have the autonomy to make some of those decisions based on their schools and even their personnel.
So I think there is that moment of chaos the moment you reach 21 in a kindergarten class. And so I guess if first grade is under, then could you have 8 kindergarten classes that have 21 kids all in them apiece, and you say, that's the way it is. I look back to that one year that we started the year with 21 kids in every class because the district, and this was long before you all were here, but the district was refusing to give out allocations. So we had 21 kids in every single one of our kindergarten classes at Grassy Lake that year. And I was like, gosh, that's enough for more than a teacher right now. Why? And that day was one of the reasons I said, gosh, I got to consider this run for school board, because these conditions are ridiculous. So the administrative team had all divided their responsibilities, and they were camping out in our kindergarten rooms just to try to maintain order. When you got all these 4 and 5-year-olds who some have never been to school before, and you've got them in a class and they're just running any which way, it was chaos. It was complete chaos. And we all had kids sitting backwards because there weren't enough seats to face forward. So, going back to Christy's point about a rule of 20, I mean, I know the averages may work that you could potentially put 21, 22 kids in a kindergarten class if another grade level is over, but I think that just gets into a disservice for those kids and the teachers. So I don't know.
One of the things that we often consider if we do get kind of close to those larger numbers sometimes, is we'll consider putting a TA in place. So that way we have a teaching assistant that can push in and go into each of those rooms. So that's another way that we sort of support without putting kind of thresholds on numbers. So that's one way we think about it. So again, we're workshopping it so that we can get input. Again, I think you're on the school side. I think they would rather have autonomy to make those decisions. I don't know that would mean that, like, if one class gets over 21, but the others are at 20. I mean, there's a whole lot of they don't usually come out equal. There's not usually some of them, some kindergarten groups would say, I'd rather keep 22 and not add another teacher. I like my kids, I'm not giving up any. Like there's lots of conversations that happen and scenarios that happen. Because we do sometimes in that case have to get the numbers, the kids in to be able to see them in place. And oftentimes kindergarten teachers will say, I'm in love with all of them. I don't want another one. Can you just give us some more support in the classroom? Or so I think there's different, I hear you, Mark, on your situation. I just don't know that it is always at every single school, and this document would play out to every school. I don't know
If I could just add, I think what we can assure you of is that any situation in which there is chaos in a classroom and people are frustrated, we're certainly going to deal with that. We're not going to just allow teachers to be frustrated and kids to become frustrated. I think Dr. Weisskopf brings a really good point about having some autonomy, because we do have teachers who, we're into the first, second month of school, and they may have 21 in the classroom, but we all know how difficult it is when kids get moved out of classrooms, right? You always hear, move somebody else's child, don't move my child. They love the teacher. They've already established the relationships with their peers. And we know how hard that is for kids as well. And so often we do have teachers that say, I want to keep the 21 that I have. And maybe we add a teacher assistant, or as she says, we give additional support. But have a hard, fast rule that says when you reach 21, we're going to divide the class up and we're going to move kids because we're going to add allocations, I think is also a disservice to kids. And so I think we just have to go with, again, the autonomy of the school, the principal working with the teachers to make those decisions, bringing to us the concerns. I don't know of times when they've come to us that we haven't provided some additional support where we knew that it was needed. So I think we're.
Well, I think to clarify, my concern is greater on the first day of school when you're so over like that the district knew ahead of time that there were 21 kids reporting to 8 kindergarten classes at Grassy Lake that year, and they did nothing about it. Versus during the year, I get an extra kid. That's not a big deal to me. Well, one, you've already got the order established, and two, you're not going to add another teacher because one extra kid showed up in October, right? I get that. And I also get that it's harder to remove children after you've started the year with them, because yes, your classroom becomes a family. Everybody's excited about being there. You don't want anybody to leave. But so I'm talking about that this allocations formula, the way it's written, my concern is that on day one, we could end up with 21 kids in each one of a kindergarten class. And because first grade is under, we're not going to do anything about the kindergarten class because it still meets the school average. And I guess I'm more concerned about trying to catch it before you report on the first day of school. Then you don't have to move anybody. It's not disruptive because they haven't started school yet.
Right, and I'm concerned about teachers that wouldn't necessarily, especially young teachers, they would say that I love all my kids, and whether or not, and they probably would love all their kids, but they would love 18 of them with a little bit more time every day. Miss Luke, I feel like we've excluded you. I believe you had a question.
I don't know what's happening behind me, but it's really loud and obnoxious, and there's some chasing. So that's why I'm just trying to stay on mute as long as possible. But I have two. I was listening to this conversation play out because mine wasn't related to this necessarily. I hear that in this conversation, not back to my original question, but it gives me a little bit of peace of mind knowing that these decisions aren't made in a vacuum. Hold on, please.
Where is she?
She's at home.
I know, but we can't.
Oh,
Oh, you can't see her? She's eating.
No, I used
say
to
that
just
out loud.
phones. I took care of it. Anyway, this is the problem with not having headphones on. I know you guys miss my giant headphones, but this is what I open myself up to. Anyway, I know these decisions aren't made in a vacuum, and like I hear exactly what you guys are saying. I do think that there's situations where we don't think that the numbers are going to be 21 across the board, and then the first day of school, 10, 12 extra kids show up, and that puts you there, and you're in the same situation regardless without the district being able to provide a teacher that day, because we don't know until they get there. And then your first day is crazy. And I've helped. I know the district deploys staff to the first day of school, and they stick you in kindergarten when you get there. So I hear what you're saying. I don't know. like I said, it gives me peace of mind to know that the decisions aren't made in a vacuum and that they're having these continuous conversations. And I don't know, I hear Emily saying this is for the entire school district, and we have some kindergarten enrollments that are at 15, 14, 15. And then we have the other schools on the other end of the district that are at, 20. That is very different. I was going to ask, one thing that doesn't make sense to me, and I'm hoping that you can just clarify for me, Emily, is we have a lot of vacancies. And so I hear that we've cut positions that are equivalent to about $3 million, but I also see like 100 vacancies, 121 vacancies, I think, when I looked last in the district. And so I just wanted to know, is it attrition, retirement? I know Chad's done those presentations to us before where he talks about if this is the percentage for this, but it's just interesting to me that we're kind of up in the air with our finances, with federal and with state dollars, and not being, not knowing what's happening. And we've got all these positions advertised, and then we have decisions to make probably closer to the school year, because this is our planning time, and we don't know. Everybody talks about that there's another meeting where we don't know anything. And so we are in this weird position, and that was confusing to me. And I'm going to mute myself so y'all don't have to hear me yell at children again.
I'll briefly speak to the positions you see now are from the usual reappointment process that has occurred. We have very few instructional placements that needed to occur. So those are natural vacancies, and there's a lot of really good things going on in the background to work towards those being filled. And I feel like we'll be, as close as possible to fully staffed. I'm kind of excited about what we're going on, so I can get back to you guys with a little bit better information on that. So
Great.
Emily, I think what's happening is we all trust you, but when we write documents, we feel like that it's, because it's policy. So you want the extra, we understand that you want the extra leniency because policy can be harsh. We just want to make sure that, given the size of the district, that, and I guess this is only for this year, so we don't have to think of it like policy, but I often think of policy as beyond you guys.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, where probably me and Mark might be settling is the historic tradition of having 1 billion children in kindergarten.
So speaking of history, I wanted to remind you that I was the person 3 years ago that brought you the plan to go to 18, 22, and 25. Mm-hmm. So I think I felt like it was a very clear way to look at things. And I think that when in a day where we have more resources, it's the best plan, right? I also can tell you that class size, there's no research that supports that class size makes the difference. Having less kids makes the absolute difference, because there's too many factors, right? There's a teacher factor, there's lots of factors. And so I think as we've evolved, as I've looked at 3 years of what's happening financially, thinking about what we need to do moving forward, I feel like we need to move to class size average, because that is what we're being funded on. So it was hard for me to keep a plan in place that didn't support how we were being financially funded. So, and I go back to that, and that's hard for me to say, because again, I'm always going to advocate for this. So I do want you to know that we have a good process in place. I think we have a great process. We have great relationships between the regional executive directors and the principals, which is the first call they make when they find that things are getting too high. I think our teachers are open about saying that their class sizes are too high. What can we do? We have not had that many scenarios where we have these class sizes that are high. We haven't had any that we haven't supported, that we haven't gone out and problem solved and done something to alleviate the situation. So I don't know that 21 is the number. I might not agree in terms of that 21 is the magic number. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Sometimes I think it depends on who's sitting in your classroom, on whether that number is 21 or 22 or, in any classes. And I think other teachers, if you ask them, they would argue that there's different grade levels that they feel like everybody's going to argue that their grade level should be low. I think, so again, I don't think you're going to get, I think you talk to different groups of people, and they're based on their experience, you're going to get a different rationale for why their particular grade level
Mhm.
should be a certain number. And so with the state giving us guidelines on class size average, I feel like it's best to align ourselves with them for now. And again, remember, this plan has changed. It was changed. I'm the one that brought you this new allocation formula, and so I feel like I would just be remiss in not bringing this to you in terms of where we are financially and where we could be.
Emily,
And so I think that's why I'm recommending this.
Emily?
Mr. Gamble?
What I was going to say is what you brought out a couple times, I've heard it, that the state does not fund us per student as far as 18, 22, and 25, but it's on the class size. And I think that when the people voted the class size amendment into effect and it was brought into us, that they were not made aware that they're only giving us still the same amount of money per student and not making an adjustment for the class sizes to allow us to accommodate. That's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's what the public needs to understand as well, is that we're being funded per student and not per class size amendment.
Right. Mr. Dodd, did I speak for you? Was that, I don't know if that was inappropriate.
No, we're good. Good.
Okay.
So last year, I think you had brought us after school had opened, kind of a summary showing the class size compliance and what everybody looked like. I think if you do that again, that would probably give some folks some peace of mind to see that nothing radical happened, or that we could then look at if there are some situations here or there that might need some extra support to provide that.
I definitely will. And we last year we didn't know what class size was. We couldn't run it till like the state gave us some numbers, and Dwayne Weeks and his team put together a class size average kind of generator, kind of a simulator, and it was perfect. It was very spot on. So we literally ran it almost every week, every month, as we were going along to make sure that we were meeting class size. And then we can definitely bring some of those reports to you. I'd be happy to do that. So I don't think, as we ran it this past year, we were well under, which is part of the challenge, that we're well under class size average, and yet so we're overfunding. So I think you'll find that the coordination between your senior staff. I mean, when I talked to Mr. Ward about it, we kept talking about what would the adjustment need to be made to get closer to class size average. When he's kind of tracking the money, I'm kind of pushing on the school side, and so this is kind of a meet in the middle, and we do look at this a lot to make sure that we're not placing any undue burden on schools, and yet also not an undue burden on the budget. So I'd be happy to bring that to you.
All right. Okay, so we're gonna have a follow-up, and I think we could move.
So I have two follow-ups. One is that we're going to bring you some enrichment numbers and kind of looking at what those are looking like scheduling wise, especially at our large schools, I think, and then bring some class size averages back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you look at the next change came in on page. It came in on page.
Dr. Weisskopf, we have a question.
I've got questions. I'm sorry, on 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
Well, I guess basically on 4 and 5, really, because that's the elementary and middle page. According to this document, every school would receive a principal. But I guess that runs contrary to the plan that we've got for Cypress Ridge and Claremont Middle, sharing the principal between the two campuses. So I guess my question is, what do we need to do for the document? And then I guess as a piggyback on that, Claremont Middle falls from the 700 plus threshold down to the 0 to 699. So they lose an assistant principal on top of that based on this. So currently there are 4 administrators between the two campuses, but this document would only put 3 administrators between the two campuses, including a loss of principal. So I think that's going to be a concern out there.
So I know that concern has been brought up, and again, we're looking at funding something out of a different funding source. That's also on the plan to bring you on June next week through SAI. We're looking at adding some support there. So I wanted you to know that is coming. I don't know if Ms. Corning wants to speak to the principal piece. I don't know if you want to put an exception into here into this document necessarily, because it's fairly temporary.
But if the school board approves this, then the school board is directing you to put a principal at every campus, and you wouldn't be doing that. So I guess that's where my concern is.
Can we just write a line for them specifically, since they're a exception?
Hey, if you guys, every year we bring forward a list of administrators that you guys board approve to appoint administrators to schools. So as this will be a guide, it's not kind of a guiding document of how we staff the schools. There is another board approval that'll be forthcoming that sets in place the decision to how those are staffed. And that would be probably, to me, the appropriate place to make note of anything that would veer from something that's established in this document, just making that clear in the board approval process of that list, if that's a good solution.
Is that something for Mr. Johnson to speak to?
I haven't seen the allocation formula. I don't know what you're trying to do, and I actually can't read it from here either, so I'm not going to be a big help.
So we could always asterisk Claremont Middle in this document if you wanted as well. And then like down here in the notes, if you want to put it in a note that for this particular, for the 2021 school year.
Yeah,
I think that'd be fine.
Yeah, it seems to me that you've got to account for that. And I guess I was when I was first operating under this impression that they would receive maybe an assistant principal to make up for the loss of a principal, but now in addition, it looks like they're dropping enrollment. So I guess
So remember,
I'm
so
trying to
these
figure out what they've got between the two campuses now.
Yeah, so these numbers at the bottom, they don't, this is 1920, they don't get changed until you board approve this document, but they do have, their enrollment is down here, you are correct, but I don't want you to think, sometimes these schools will get adjusted, so.
Right,
Typically
so my concern would be going from 5 administrators between the two campuses to 3. Like, I don't want to see that happen, so I guess I'm.
Yeah, and as she said, we do have a plan in place for that. You'll see that in those above and beyond positions that'll be coming back to you. So we share your concern, and we're going to make sure that they have the additional support that they need.
But I'll add a note, and then with adding a note, and then Chad coming up with to the final approval that you would approve that would be okay with you? Yes.
I'm sorry, that question was for me?
No, it was for.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was for Chad. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think there's got to be some sort of note that that says what we're doing, so we're not just deviating from policy.
I agree.
Okay. Any questions on 6? My next question comes in, I think, at like page 10. 9, actually. It's page 9. So while we were looking at working on class size average, we did change the VE resource room regular class inclusion teacher ratio. Those were set at 25 each. And we raised middle schools and high schools to 28 and 30. In terms of students that they would be assigned for inclusionary support services.
Where am I looking, Emily? What?
Page 9 in the resource class related services.
Oh,
section.
okay.
And can you maybe talk a little bit about what would be driving that? Why would we increase?
Sure. So a couple things. One, I think that we had the opportunity to look at different districts, and we were a little under in terms of where we were in funding that. We also looked at, with elementary, they tend to do more team teaching, and middle and high, when we look at those, when I think about, we're asking basic instructional positions in middle and high to have they have a student load of 125, 150, depending. And a VE resource teacher would have 28 or 30 assigned. And I think, so they tend to be more of a push-in support, side-by-side support. They do plan and schedule all their IEP meetings once a year. I don't think it's too much of an ask to sort of look at what that looks like. We are also, just the trend right now as we continue to support students with some needs that they have, we tend to be adding these teachers every year we tend to add more. And so our ESC cost in the general fund is costing us more. And so we're looking at how could we kind of balance that out a little bit. It's also seemed like an appropriate time, since we were moving to class size average on the other end, to look at the ESC end as well. I don't think it's going to be a lot of differences when you look at what their caseload is, but we just wanted to make sure we could move it up a little bit.
So just to be clear, these VE resource people, it says regular class. So is this ESC regular classes, or are these push-in people? I'm confused by the title.
So these are regular classroom and inclusionary teachers. So they're teachers who support ESC students.
And they have a classroom now in middle school or in high school, let's say, of 30 kids.
They do not have their own classroom typically. They push into a regular ed classroom.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to clarify. Okay, so are there ones that do have their own classroom?
There are some and in different cases that teach courses, like they might teach 2 classes a day and of these students, and then also have push in some other hours a day. When you look at these, people use them very creatively based on their needs, and so.
So this isn't a heavy lift for them, or it is, or like, is this a big change for the VE people, the teachers?
I don't think it's going to be a large change. I mean, you're looking at 3 students or 5 students in an overall caseload. So keeping in mind that your middle schools and high school teachers are already, they have the same, the same role generally, except one supports ESE students, one supports regular ed students. So I think when you're looking at that, these teachers are teachers that are not responsible necessarily for planning lessons or grading assignments typically. And so I don't think it's too much of a lift.
I think that this one would be similar for me to the other one. It'd be nice if we could see what the result is from this allocation increase, so that it will be a little bit more. We'll understand better the ramifications and to consider if it's going to be overwhelming or not. I would appreciate that.
What would the result look like? So this was going to be a little harder for me to pull, if they have 28 or if they have 30, or how would you tell me what the result might look like.
Yeah, let me think about it a little bit. And it's
okay.
But like when I hear you say caseload, I know I've had discussions before with some people that are in the ESC world about how large of a case 25 is. And so the thought of putting even just 5 more or 3 more cases on top of that, I know this conversation mirrors the kindergarten conversation, in my opinion, that what is that threshold where their work becomes very heavy. And I feel like those students anyway in middle and high school are less supported than at the elementary school, just for the very nature of students growing up and becoming more independent, et cetera. So let me consider that, if you wouldn't mind, and I'll get back to you, and I'll have you, if you share it with the board, if I can think about that a little bit longer.
That's very good. Sure. Yes. All right. Anything else, Emily?
Yeah, page 10 has a few changes, just some wording changes basically. And then looking at the district health nurses, we know that we have 1 of those per school. And so that's a slight change on there as well. And then the food service assistant manager allocation was changed. This was a change that actually we talked about last year that I think just didn't get in there. And so that was a change that Mr. Gamble, being on the committee, recommended. And we went back and looked at it and talked to John Carr and Linda Milliken. And so that was a place where we needed to make an adjustment.
But also in this was a couple years ago before Mr. Dodd had left being the supervisor of food service. We had talked about the assistant manager position, and that's where actually this all started a couple years ago, about it being changed to meal equivalency versus lunches. And we talked about at that workshop about including an extra assistant manager once they reached X amount of meals of service, as we do with assistant principals at schools. And somehow or another, that didn't get put into this. But I mean, it's only fair to give them another assistant manager if they if they're serving 1,900 meals a day, but that's including breakfast and lunch. They're serving 1,900 meals a day, and they're only getting assistant manager once they reach 1,000. I think we're doing an injustice to that school and to that cafeteria. So I think that's something that we need to add into this portion as well.
And that'll help draw down the balance of the food service, right?
Well, the responsibility of the manager, that would have an extra person in there to help do the paperwork and things of that nature there, or oversee the kitchen area things that need to be taken care of, where that person would have to go out and do it herself or himself, then this would open up that flexibility there. And it's not like food service doesn't have the finances to do this. And there's not that many kitchens that this would qualify for in the county. So.
Very good. Good call.
Are you asking for another, is this correct, Mr. Gamble?
I'm asking for, this is good here, but I'm also asking that, just like we do with assistant principals, that we put in another allocation. And if it's 400 or 500, whatever it would be, 400 would probably be more feasible, and that we allocate another assistant manager into that cafeteria kitchen area to assist the manager with the daily responsibilities.
So while I'm the keeper of the document, I'm not comfortable speaking to this. Can I pass to either the superintendent or to
Mr. Carr is sitting right here.
Mr. Carr?
Very good. That's good.
Come up.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Sandy, I would like to, as far as putting a numeric value on what is the threshold for adding that, for you and I to discuss that with Linda Milliken, and if we can do that, we can then come up with that. But I too wouldn't want to speak on her behalf to commit to a number without her participating in this process.
I'm okay with that, but
Okay.
I'm just saying, this
I
is
agree.
something that we don't need it be overlooked this time, because this was back before Gary Dodds left, that we discussed this and brought this up at that time. So, and it's,
I remember that.
so I just want to make sure that it is included, because we have, the ladies in our kitchens are the ones that are doing the service to the students, and I want to make sure they have all the staff they need in their kitchens.
No, I understand, and likewise, I also would like to, as you pointed out, there's only a handful of schools that this would be eligible for.
Right.
So likewise, I would also like to include the food service managers themselves for their input,
Perfect.
as well,
Good
if that's
job.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Carr, I'm just trying to get the direction. This is coming up for approval next week. And so will you be sending me language, or will there be language that I need to add to this? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what you're hearing?
Or go ahead.
Yeah, that's what you're hearing. I'll see if I can, make that happen with everything else that's happening. So we'll do our best.
Go forth.
Okay.
Hicks?
Yeah, are there any more questions on this document? All right, Dr. Weisskopf?
So I'm going to switch to a different document, and I'm going to pass it to Chad to start us out with a district staffing plan. Let me kind of move to a different level. I don't know. So we're going to take a look at the district staffing plan next.
Hey, what you guys have in front of you, hopefully, first let me make sure, does everyone have this document in front of them, the board members?
I can see it. Is it on the
You should.
agenda?
It was sent to you also.
Okay.
But if you,
Oh, yeah,
as long
I
as
did
you
get
can
it.
see it well. And essentially what you're seeing here is the changes and the revisions to the current staffing plan, which will be released on the agenda today, the full 15-page document. But this is easier to see where the changes were. So what we'd like to do today is step through each department where there was change You'll see a majority of the departments fall under Dr. Weiskopf's department, so she'll explain each one of those. If you see that we skip a department, that just means it's something that's not under her, and I'll circle back and go through those once she has completed explanation of hers. So I'll hand that to you, back to you, Dr. Weiskopf.
Okay, so the first department that we have a change in is the Academic Services and Intervention. As you know, we do not have any more, we don't have school grades this year. So we did have a program specialist there that we are decreasing. You will see it added in a different location. So know that we just made a trade from one department to another, and I'll give you some rationale when we get there. But knowing Ms. Pearson felt like that she could continue to support the DA schools with the specialists that she has in place currently. And so that is the first change that you will see. We looked at the accountability and assessment. When you look at that piece, basically she had a person who was in a Secretary 2 position that was doing work that resembled more of a records clerk. And so basically she just moved it from one place to another. It doesn't change their pay grade or anything. It's just a better description of their actual job title. So she decreased a Secretary 2 and moved it to a records clerk specialist. So that's the change in accountability and assessment.
I got a
And-
question on that real quick. So changing it from the Secretary 2 to records, so does that limit her capabilities of what she could do there as far as what, or is she able to do things that are secretary related?
Yeah, she has that ability. I mean, I think Dr. Desjardins spoke with the person and so felt like this change equaled more of what they were doing. And so I think it's definitely a mutual thing that happened. And so, yeah, she's got some capabilities there too.
And they also remain in a classified position also. I'd like to point that out.
Right, okay.
So college and career readiness, what you will see is we added an admin on special assignment. This is a new position that's being shared with Lake Sumter State College that allows for us to really look at expanding our dual enrollment opportunities, as well as making sure that we are keeping that pipeline from school to that Lake Sumter State College, keeping that relationship strong. And so we will pay for 0.6 of that out of the general fund, and Lake Sumter will pay for 0.4. So that's a position that was added to that department. And then we also decreased a program specialist that came from the general fund, and then added it back in and paid for it out of AP project. And so that helped us alleviate some funding from the general fund. So using some categorical, knowing that we have a specialist that really does much of the work that he does in the advanced placement realm. And so felt like we could justify paying for that out of some categorical funding at the district, which helps us with the general fund piece. So that's the change in college and career readiness. On the staffing plan, oh, go ahead, Mark.
Yes, thank you. So the $110,000 there, that's our portion. That's equivalent to the 0.6, or is that the total for the?
That is the total. And just so you guys know, any of the totals related to salary on this document includes benefits also. So if you see a number that looks inflated, that is the total amount. We would pay for the 0.6 of that 110.
So about $61,000 or so.
Yeah, the base on that we're paying is about 55,000. So whatever, and then the additional benefits.
And so the goal of that position is, you said, to try to create more partnerships between Lake Sumter and us for dual enrollment. Is that what you were saying?
We were trying to expand our dual enrollment opportunities, and to have somebody to be able to do that would allow us a person to be able to help with that. I don't know if the superintendent might want to speak a little more to that position, or maybe.
Yeah, well, I think this is one that I just don't understand because I don't know the information, so, or how it works. Because I thought any student in our district could just dual enroll. I guess I'm confused as to why we would need another administrator for them to do that. So I thought they already.
So what we would like for someone to support is how to help us get more of them being able to take it on our own campuses.
Okay.
Currently, we have dual enrollment offered at Mount Dora High School, but we would like to be able to expand some of that to other campuses, and we felt like somebody, this position would help us do that. I see Diane pushing her button, I think. Yes, no.
Yeah, so a little bit about this. This was one of my priorities 3 years ago, was how do we expand the on-campus, on our high school campus dual enrollment? And lots of conversation over the past 3 years has really occurred with Lake Sumter about some of the limitations of doing that. Teacher certification being one of those, and eligibility. There was concern of the increased load on the part of Lake Sumter to expand that dual enrollment to our high school campuses. And so this was a conversation that's been ongoing with Dr. Sedor and I about how do we make this happen. And so this was the concession on both of our parts. Well, let's alleviate the concerns on their end about the additional workload, the oversight that's going to be required, the training components for our teachers, someone being able to do that work who's familiar with the dual enrollment and Lake Sumter State College to really get this off and running. And so we kind of have a strategic plan as to how to take this into chunks, starting with another high school, growing the program, capitalizing on the opportunities and the success that they have had at Mount Dora, and expanding that. The other piece of that is we've been wanting to move to more online dual enrollment, and this person will be overseeing some of that course development and how do we actually transition to more opportunities for students with dual enrollment. So it's certainly a joint venture between us and Lake Sumter, and something that we've both been wanting to happen for a long time. And I'm excited that now having someone there in that role will get this off and running for us.
All right, thank you. That helps me understand a little more. Appreciate that.
So the next section is curriculum, instruction, and assessment. What had happened is on the former document, for some reason, there were two of these departments. So we eliminated one, basically just cleaned up the document itself. But you will see, this is where you will see that the first line is the admin on special assignment. That was in there from last year. It has not been filled this year. It should have been taken off last year. That was Doretha Cole the year before. And so we eliminated that piece this year. And then also that's for the program specialist that was in accountability or academic services, has been moved down to curriculum to the CIA department. And basically that person, we would like somebody to be able to help with the new requirement of getting many teachers reading indoors to be able to support interventions. And so felt like we needed more support there. So that's why we moved it from academic services down to CIA. It's always been funded out of Title II. It's just kind of a move to help support where we're going to need the most support this year.
And how are we trending on I guess percentage wise of getting the teachers reading endorsed that we need to be having the endorsement?
I do not have that information in front of me today, but I would be happy to get it. And Amy is actually on the call, so she might be able to speak a little to it. But I didn't ask her to prepare that for today. But maybe Amy, I don't know if you want to say anything.
So I was in the background to that question is just I guess to kind of give me a sense of whether or not this is going to be a temporary sort of thing. I mean, if we've got a lot of teachers obviously out of the gate, we need to. That's a lot of work, right? For somebody who's already program specializing ELA or something, that's a lot to add to their plate, right? But I mean, eventually when we get all the people that we need, and now you've just got a handful each year, then I guess it doesn't really justify a whole nother position, right?
I think that's why, I think you're right. It could morph into a different, you could keep the position. It might morph into a different focus, not knowing what's coming, right? But certainly if we don't have a lot we wouldn't want them to be working on reading endorsement if we didn't have enough teachers to worry about that need, right? But it is a huge launch. I will tell you, it's a big lift. Right now, I'm asking to get, we have a plan that we feel like is a pretty good plan to put into place, but there is a lot of elementary teachers especially, and Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, that we are working with that need to get it reading endorsed. So Amy, do you have any of that information you might want to share?
Last time I looked, we had about 25% that were reading endorsed, and so we're working with the others. We also know that the state testing for reading certification opened up, they changed the law on that teachers could take the reading certification test without the master's degree. You used to have the master's degree. So we're hoping that a lot of our teachers have signed up for that as well. But ultimately, we're looking at a 2-year time frame to get the masses in the elementary trained, depending upon if they need all 5 competencies or if they just need 3 competencies.
Wow, that seems like a lot.
It is.
For the to get it done in 2 years.
It just seems like a lot to ask somebody who's already trained in reading.
Welcome to Florida.
That's right. Nail it in, girlfriend. We all support that notion.
Yes. I'm gonna skip anybody else. I'm sorry.
No, we're good. I think we're good to go on.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you,
skip the educational foundation section, let Chad come back to that. I'm gonna go on to ES, exceptional student education. There's a couple of changes here. Most of it's funding. We're trying to move some of the funding over to IDEA. There is a position that's split between student services and ESC, and that's an admin coordinator position that we've eliminated a program specialist. And then we've also added this admin coordinator position. This position is really needed when we have some meetings at the school level. This was a position that kind of rose out of a lot of people looking at how meetings were handled, especially manifestation meetings, thinking about needing someone to sort of be at the table that could really speak with administrators on what needed to happen and kind of being that advocate for the student of whether or not it was a manifestation or not. And so we felt like we needed someone that had it tended to be sometimes a teacher sitting there trying to talk about it. And we felt like we needed someone that has an administrator status to be able to do that at the district level. This was one of the positions that I felt like came out of a need that I would hear at the regional meetings, or I would hear at different school-based meetings. So again, it's paid out of IDEA, 50%, and then you'll notice the other funding source will come below at student services. We also have a need for another speech language pathologist itinerant with the caseloads that we have, as well as a teacher for a pre-K evaluator. We know that our pre-K numbers keep increasing, and all of those students that are referred to us need to be evaluated. And so we felt like we needed to add another evaluator to that team. And you'll notice again, still funded by IDEA and or Medicaid. So I think you do not see on the right, you notice that you do not see a large funding source from general funds. We're very careful about that. I do want you to know that everybody that I worked with in my department, I made very clear directions that we were continuing to be as fiscally responsible as we can, making changes only when needed, and trying to figure out a way to pay for it other than possibly the general fund.
Emily,
Yes.
back on that admin coordinator, I see you only having, or that individual is 0.5. So is it funded somewhere else to make that person whole?
It is. It's down in student services. So give me a minute and I'll move down there, okay?
Okay, all right.
So it is a whole position though, just to so you know, it's a 0.5 and a 0.5 into 2 different locations.
Okay.
So is this like an ESE expert that's going to float around and go to hearings?
They would go to meetings, not necessarily hearings, but they would definitely go to meetings, yes. So
so when we have sort of more complicated cases in ESE and we need someone who has more law info, is that what it is we want? Or statutes?
They might. I think it's just when we're thinking about those people who are making decisions that are in need of behavioral or mental health supports, we need somebody who has some more expertise and really focuses on it. That's kind of one of their main jobs. Oftentimes we have people who have other responsibilities as well. So somebody who would really focus in on this piece of it, I think they would become more of an expert. Yes.
But then during an IEP meeting, we might have access to a person who could suggest extra accommodations. Is that kind of the concept then more? Is it getting the kid extra accommodations, or is it like, what is the, I guess I just don't quite, what does this person do at these IEP meetings? Because there's a lot of people at AAP meetings. So what is this?
There are, I think, so I know that Melissa is on, so I don't want to speak for Melissa because I would probably be speaking on just what I know, but Melissa, are you available to speak to this?
Yes, I am.
And Chris Landry is on there as well, so having both their voices might be supportive.
Either one, please speak up.
So good morning, everyone. So part of the reason that we're asking for this coordinator is so when we have those difficult manifestation determination meetings where we're talking about removing a student from school to an alternative setting, we would like to have an administrator at the table to help the team make those decisions. In addition to that, that person would oversee behavior supports, both through student services, through the students who receive some interventions with behavior, who have Section 504 plans, but also students with IEPs that need some specialized planning and input in order to make the best decisions for them, especially when we're looking at school removals. And so that administrator, the meetings that administrator would primarily attend would be manifestation determination meetings where the team is considering alternative placements or some type of school removal.
Okay. Very good. That makes sense. Could this be paid for out of, or is the student services portion being paid for out of the new safety tax, the mental health portion of it? Or is it just part of student services budget?
Yes, so it's, well, I can let Chris speak if you want to, but it's paid for out of the mental health dollars.
That makes sense.
The 50%.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Melissa. Any other questions on that? Okay.
So there was a change in the federal programs department. We took a ELL school specialist out of a regional position and moved it back into federal programs. We did this because this person, we only had one in there at the regional level, and it felt like they were kind of on an island and kind of isolated, and they tended to do general overview work at the district anyway, kind of supporting the whole district. So it made sense for us to move that position back into federal programs to be a part of that collaborative team and to be able to support the whole district in terms of ELL support. And so you'll see that change added here, but notice the note is that it's moved from Region 3, so you'll see as a decrease there. So there's no real change in terms of monetary money. And then we had a funding change to a migrant advocate because our migrant dollars had decreased, and so we needed to pay for more of it out of Title I. So it's just a funding source change of how we're paying for that. I'm going to skip technology and move on down to the regional departments. So you'll notice that Region 1, Region 2, and Region 3, the main change that happened in all of those is there was a social worker position in each of the regions put out to the region. We eliminated those 3. Basically, we know we have support at the school level now with the new millage money and all the supports we put down at the school level. So rather than having a person at the district level, we felt like the schools had it at the school level. There wasn't a need for those at the regional position level anymore. So we went ahead and deleted those 3 positions. And then also in Region 3, you'll see a couple other changes. You see an admin on special assignment that would start in October. That is the position of Andrea Stinken at the new school. So as the board policy says that she would take a 6-month removal from her current school for planning. This allows her to do that. And so there's where we will have to put a principal at Sawgrass Bay. And so that's where we needed to add an admin on special assignment under Region 3. And so that's that position. And then you'll also notice that that's where you'll see the change from the ELL school specialist up to federal programs, and then elimination of the social worker. So that's the change there. Mr. Dodd?
Yes, hi, thanks. I have a couple of questions. One is some information about the social workers that were at the regional level. So do they have any caseload with working with families or students prior, or were they just really just doing work at the district level?
We had actually frozen those positions for last year, so there are actually not anybody in them.
Okay, all right. So the school level social workers would not feel any sort of increase in workload or caseload because of those positions.
And
Okay.
we froze them for the reason that last year was our first year with all of the millage money positions to kind of wait and see how that played out, to see if we needed regional support. And so when we discussed it, we felt like that the schools were doing a good job at supporting at the school level and didn't feel the need to go ahead and fill those. So there's not you won't see a change there.
All right. And my other question is just to clarify the timeline on the Four Corners school opening. The administrator gets 6 months lead time, I guess, to do that. I guess I'm confused from the October to June. Is that more? That's more than 6 months, though, right?
I think part of why we did that is because if you think about a new principal coming into that school, there's going to need to be some overlap time. And so it might not be that she would not be at the school anymore, because really it would be January, right? January to June would be the 6 month time frame. But we felt like we needed some overlap for a new principal to be able to go in and cross train with her.
Okay.
So that's why we added the position from October.
Oh, all right. So some of that might not necessarily be working on the new school, but transitioning the old school. Okay.
Can, Dr. Weisskopf, can you speak to it? We've reduced out of the red sort of budgets. The reds were sort of, or maybe the superintendent would speak to this better, I'm not sure, but they were sort of envisioned and explained to us as kind of a strike team, and now they don't have, but we just took away the social workers and we took away, what was the other thing? The other
We took
person.
away one ELL specialist in Region 3.
Okay, so
We
that's
didn't take it
only one.
away, we just moved it. So the position is still there. What
Right.
that ELL specialist was really covering more of the district. There's not as much ELL need in other places of the district, but she was doing a lot of work throughout the district.
So are these teams more administrative teams now? Like they're working with the principals, or they're not so much involved with, like, since they don't have the social workers, are they less involved with, like, are we re-envisioning them, I guess?
We are not. I think we're trying to be very cautious about what people really need. I will tell you that every regional executive director would like another program specialist. But again, that's adding to the budget. And so I'm probably the gatekeeper on that, but so their program specialists are heavily involved working every day at schools. They are working with collaborative planning. They're working with coaches. They're working with teachers. So each regional executive team right now has a director that does support admin and teacher support both, as well as they have program specialists that support really at the teacher level. They do walk with admin as well, but they certainly support teachers in the teacher position. And I will tell you, they are some of the people that we hear the most about when we talk to teachers about what supports they appreciated this year. They appreciate people that are in the regional supporting them in that work. So they are not at admin necessarily. They are a small team. They're small and mighty. And so again, looking at if funding were not an issue, I would vote to expand those teams, not decrease them. But I think we're trying to figure out what is the right support that they need. So right now they have an ESE support, and they also have instructional support on their teams.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'm going to skip security services and move on down to student services. So again, you'll see that admin coordinator at 50% paid for by the millage money, and then the general fund. So it is paid for out of the mental health project. We changed some funding sources again for the health educators, moving it to the millage money instead of IDEA. And then we decreased from 6 to 4 mental health specialists, again, looking at that support at the school level. And then also decreased 1 social worker. Yes, Mark. Mr. Dodd, sorry. I think you're muted. Just a minute.
Sure am. No, that's all right. I grew up in Disney, first name company. I'm sorry, I had a question still on the regional positions.
Okay.
Because I noticed Region 2 has an extra program specialist. is that by nature of the schools there needing support being in DA status, or what?
It is.
You understand that?
It is. We did feel like we added that last year, if you remember. That was a position we approved last year, and we feel like it definitely is a region that needs more support. When I look at when we look at their data and just kind of what's happening in that region, we know that that's an area that we needed to push in more support to. And of course, we still have program specialists from the curriculum instruction and assessment team that support all schools as well. They team with those content area people and go out together, but certainly it was well needed and very, I think, very appreciated on the school level. I think it's been a huge help to have 3 in that region. Like I said, if the other 2 could, if the money was not a concern, we would add 2 more probably to the other regions as well. But we felt like this region was a region that needed support. I think we have to continue to look at differentiated support systems. You know, it's not always equal, but certainly we're trying to be equitable. And so just wanting to make sure that we have what we need in each place under the conditions that we're in.
Okay.
As a sort of aside, but also related, are we still in DA status given the whole pandemic? Because I know we didn't take tests obviously this year. So are we still in typical DA status?
The status continues throughout the next year. So they remain at the same status. So they're not adding on a year. It's almost like a redo. It's the same exact status they were in last year.
Okay, that's what I guessed, but I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Mark, did you have another hand, or are you kind of lower yours? You good?
Now I'll figure out how to lower mine here.
Okay, I think I may have to do it. I'm not sure. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. Every time I tried to hover over it, all I had was the option to mute or unmute.
So I think that covers my department. So I'm going to turn it over to Chad and let him go back to some of starting with the Ed Foundation, sort of some changes that happened there.
Okay, yeah, if you'll just, I'll kind of say where I'm at and you can scroll me there.
Okay.
I'm actually looking at the document on the other screen also. Our Education Foundation made some adjustments where a position that was funded by the district was eliminated. And you'll see it's the Foundation's Event Specialist. So that's a change that occurs here. So not a whole lot there as far as additional explanation. And as I go through these, the superintendent might weigh in from time to time also. But information and instructional technology services, you'll see some change there. That's fairly significant. We've eliminated the Chief of Technology position and also eliminated the Director of Instructional Technology and Data Systems. And through the elimination of those 2, created an Executive Director of Technology and Data Systems who will oversee all of that work. And then we shifted on the Instructional Technology Facilitator, reduced that by 1. And from that reduction, we've come with another professional managerial position of Manager of Instructional Technology. So those are the changes that you see before you in the IT department.
There we go. So the executive director title pays less than director title?
In looking at some of those numbers now, seeing that column, there's still some adjustments that need to be made there. So there are some, those numbers are a little bit wonky on the reduction there. So there will not be a reduction from the cost of the director to the executive director position.
Are there other positions aside from this one that might need revised numbers, or is this the only one?
That is the only one that needed to be revised, and that was oversight.
Okay.
There was talk. These are one of the changes. As you hear, we were moving through, and people were questioning the availability. We moved all the way up until this morning. We were making some slight revisions, and that's one of the revisions that I wanted to point out as some oversight.
Okay.
But Chad, we added a manager of instructional technology.
Yes, that is correct.
Is that to replace the instructional technology facilitator?
Uh, it, no, I believe those people serve in a little bit different capacity. You have people that, as you remove two large titles like the Chief of Technology and the Director of Instructional Technology and Data Systems, as a result, there's some responsibility that would move from that Director of Instructional Technology and Data Systems position to oversight with the Manager of Instructional Technology.
All right.
So,
I think we're
okay. Next department is Security Services. As we've seen this evolve and we've moved through our approach to safety and how we manage that and how we utilize those our safety millage and mental health dollars, we've adapted through just our needs and personnel changes to make sure that we've tailored a program that fits the safety and security needs of our district. So this is where we have arrived. You see, we eliminated the district safety and security specialist position. And basically what that position in the immediate when it was created encompassed just a very broad range of responsibilities. And as we were able to define and hone those responsibilities, they were separated into the job titles you'll see that we've created. So the District Safety and Security State Reporting Specialist will be that person at the district level that takes on the mountains of reporting and documentation that assures the powers that be at DOE and the legislature that everything, we're checking all those boxes and making sure we're doing everything that we need to do to be in compliance with some other tasks that are associated. And then you have your district safety and security technology specialist, where those folks, where this individual is, over the whole district for safety and security on campuses from a technology aspect. And you'll see the elimination of that manager of network security and AV systems. That the new title currently better aligns to the additional responsibilities and the work that individual does on a daily basis. And you'll see at the next board meeting coming up, you'll see the details and the proposed job descriptions that accompany these positions also. And those will be posted following this meeting. So that's what we have on security services.
okay. I'm a little confused. Hold on. I think I'm in a different security services on. What page are you on?
It's on the, we're looking at the cost analysis for the district staffing plan that Dr. Weiskopf has on the screen.
No, I know, but when I look at the district staffing plan for security services online, there's like, well, there's 16 and well, there's 19 now school safety guardians. So that maybe is in a different section.
These are just this document we're referring to are just the revision to the.
Oh, okay. The one you
current
emailed was the
staffing
whole
plan.
thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. I understand.
And that'll be reflected in the 15-page document that'll be posted following this meeting for the meeting on the 8th.
Okay, my question from the other document was in that document, it had the listing for the school guardians, but it didn't have any listing for the safety officers, the ones hired through the sheriff. So I don't know if they're somewhere else.
I'll have to defer that question because they don't exist necessarily. That might be because they're contracted. The superintendent might be able to speak better to that.
Those are contracted employees with each of the law enforcement agencies, so they're not our employees. So they're not reflected in the document.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I wasn't misspeaking there. So that's what I have for the departments outside of Dr. Weisskopf's departments.
So any other comments or?
Is there any, yeah, is that it? Is that all the changes?
That's the changes. And, you know, we just wanted to bring this forth and show the estimated cost savings. Also, you'll see where, I'll just point out lastly, the dollars in parentheses reduced from the general fund. And while some of those were shifted to federally funded projects, which is great because it relieves the pressure on the general fund, but we also, you're close to $300,000 of reductions to the general fund. And that's what we have.
All right. Very good. Anything else, board? I think we're ready to go on to the next topic. Which,
Attendance.
okay, I
boundaries.
printed out 2 agendas now and I can't find them. So somebody tell me what the next topic is.
Attendance
Here, you-
boundaries.
Yeah, so we're gonna go to Ms. Randall. She
Thank you.
is online with the updates on the attendance boundaries.
Somewhere in the file.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent, board members. Hopefully you can see my screen if you are online. All right, great. And I'm gonna, so I'm gonna try and make this fairly quick. A lot of this information you've already seen, and so it's just an update on the attendance boundary process and just where we want to go for our next steps, and make sure that that the board has see whether you have any questions or if you are okay with moving forward. So hold on just a second if you don't mind. I actually can't see my own presentation. So okay, so where we're at, we're going to talk about the 4 kind of areas that we have now. As we've gone through the attendance boundary process, it's really kind of broken out into 4 discrete areas. And so we want to, I'll cover each of those. That's the 2020-21 adjustments that we're making for developing areas, the voluntary transition selection process for students who will be rezoned as of 2021. That will kind of help them not have so many transitions in the middle school level. The 2021-22 attendance boundary adjustments, which is really that big adjustment that we're doing for the new school in Four Corners. And then for Aurelia Cole, and then just really briefly, we'll talk about the Aurelia Cole Academy, and that should be CMS, temporary placement. And so, as you know, we've been actually working through the 2020-21 adjustments for developing areas. This just affects 2 areas that are under development in the Hills of Mineola, and then also the Wellness Way. And both of those areas are under construction. They are not, there are no houses there, and there's no students to be affected in either of those. And really the intention is just to capture any students who show up in the upcoming school year. There may or may not be any students who move into those areas, but if they do, then they'll be directed to the school where they would go. The board did approve that tentatively on April 27th. It was advertised for statutory requirements on May 3rd, and it is on your agenda for June 8th. And it would become effective after final board approval in August of 2020. So, and that's is basically what it looks like. It's just these 2 areas, the Hills of Mineola again, and then the Wellness Way. There is 1 subdivision and Wellness Way that's under construction. I believe the name of it is Ridgeview. And so there may be some houses that show up in this coming school year, and those students would be directed to Sawgrass Bay Elementary School instead of Lost Lake. Voluntary transition selection. These are the students that we had talked about at the middle school level who would be rezoned from Claremont Middle School to Gray Middle School or Eastridge Middle School under option 6A. And in order to go ahead and move forward with these for these students so that they have some surety for 2020, we've used the superintendent's authority to make administrative placements and gone ahead and offered those students the opportunity to enroll at their school that they would be enrolled at. There we identified 201 students, that's including homeschool, virtual, and McKay students. It did not include students who were already enrolled at a charter school. We did a couple of call outs, emails. I want to thank Sherry Owens and the IT department because they were both incredibly helpful in reaching those students. We were able to get about 50% of them to answer in those first couple of tries. And then we finally resorted to mailing letters to try and reach those last students who hadn't answered. And I think this slide tells you it was a fairly popular decision. So in the first bar graph, the red are those students who elected BTS. And so you can see that that really outweighs the number who did not elect it. This was the response as of May 22nd. So when we published this agenda or this presentation. The second bar graph is basically those who elected to have transportation as well. And so you could see that that also was a fairly popular choice and will, help those students go through their middle school years at the same school. So Scott Bender's office is working on those bus routing in the next couple of weeks. And so that was, I think, a fairly good choice to do. Then what we would like to do is get the board's okay to move forward with the attendance boundary adjustments for 2021 and 22. I had originally planned to do this for final approval in June and put it off just over COVID and trying to make sure that we had a public input process. I think we've been through enough of these workshops and public meetings that I think we've worked out our process. We understand how to get public input from anybody who might be interested in speaking to this. And so I would like to go ahead and move forward. Where we're at, we had the February 20th board workshop. At the February 24th board meeting, you did select option 6A for public input. We then held 3 public input meetings. At those 3 meetings, we had approximately 50 attendees at all 3, and we received 33 public input cards, which were published as part of your board docs. We did black out any personal information for the attendees, but if the board would like those, I can give you paper copies of them. We just wanted to try and make sure that we respected people's privacy. One thing that I think is a point of discussion is whether we would want to consider grandfathering 8th graders. That is specifically at Windy Hill Middle School. So there's a group of students who would be rezoned to the Four Corners K-8. Board policy right now just addresses 12th graders. And so, I think that's a point of discussion if the board would like to allow those 8th graders to continue to stay at Windy Hill. There was not a lot in the public input. There was not a lot of input on that. I do know that Principal Roberts at Windy Hill, had told me just on the side that he thinks that he would like to have that happen. But if the board has any feedback, we can include that in your recommendations or in the superintendent's recommendations.
I agree with the administrator. To let them grandfather if they want to.
Yeah, no question.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't get that, Mr. Matthias.
I would allow them, I go with the administrator on this, and those that wish to stay at Windy Hills and graduate certainly should have that opportunity.
Okay, all right, then we will.
I support that, and so does Mark said so.
Yeah, and we would do transportation for those students. Would that continue, or?
That
they're
would be
grandfathered by
part of
board?
the recommendation, yeah,
Okay.
so we would continue to transport those students to the Windy Hill as well. Okay, so we will work that into your recommendations at the tentative approval and move forward with that. Just a reminder of what the option 6A looks like. If you had any questions or any concerns about that, I was pleasantly surprised by the public input. I think really there wasn't a lot of concern about it. Where there was, it was largely people who wanted the choice to be able to go to one of those K-8s. And so as we move forward and we kind of get more numbers and we understand what enrollment's going to look like this year, because, you know, I'm not sure any of us can really predict what it's going to look like, then, you know, we'll come back and see whether there's going to be an option for choice at those schools. And really the Four Corners School first. So with the board's okay, then we would move forward and put that tentative approval first reading on June 22nd and work for board adoption on August 10th. And again, this is effective in August of 2021. So there's a year to kind of get everybody adjusted to the changes. And we will be doing continued public outreach until August 10th, beyond, I think, just the statutory requirements for newspaper or advertising, and discuss mailing postcards to those affected households so that there's no question that they were given that opportunity to do public input. And of course, our website, the redistricting website, is still up and running, and we will make people aware of that through social media, and they can reach out to us through there. We'll also have our redistricting email address that they can do public input as well, and we'll be able to provide that. I would have copied anything, but when I went back and reviewed all those emails, there really wasn't any significant public input. It was mostly just questions about particular students. And then your Really Cool Academy, I think there's still more discussion that we need to have about, you know, where those students, the Claremont Middle School students, will be placed during the construction process of Aurelia Cole. And I think some of that is going to depend on the state's guidance on, you know, how we reopen schools and how long that guidance is going to go as far as, you know, social distancing or anything as far as classroom capacity. So I think that's a continuing discussion. Our goal would be to have recommendation back to you very early in the fall so that we then have that time to work forward through there. I think the options that we had in the past are still all, you know, out there. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. Mr. Dodd.
Yes, hi. Well, and first off, I'd like to thank you and everybody that went into putting out all those town hall meetings, and I guess not town hall, open houses together. It was very well set up with all the opportunities for people to check where their enrollment would be and the maps, and it was fantastic. I think that was very well done. And I had the opportunity to attend each one of those, and it seemed like most folks were pretty excited about the changes we had coming. A couple of folks I had the chance to talk with were employees, and they were going to be able to pick a school based on, you know, employee status anyway, so that wasn't a concern for them. But it looked like going through the input cards, there were still a couple of folks that were not thrilled with option 6A. And I think it's largely because their subdivision is so close to the new school. But yet we're sending them to Windy Hill. If I recall, this is probably the subdivision that we had looked closely at in our workshop on this one, where we figured out the numbers long term were not going to work because it would overcrowd the school. So I guess my question is about the short term situation there. Do we anticipate that maybe some of those folks that are so close might be able to take advantage of some choice, at least in the beginning, but, you know, recognizing we can't just permanently set that as part of the boundary? And if so, how do we follow up with these folks to kind of suggest there may be some opportunity for choice to be able to go there?
So I think as we go through, I definitely think that there will be choice options available. But I think as we get enrollment numbers and we find out how the state is going to want us to, whether the COVID guidelines are going to affect our school capacity. I would be reluctant to say yes, where there's going to be a certain number of choice seats available at this point until we get that guidance and we know how long that's going to last for. But I definitely think that there will probably be those options. And at that point, then basically we have the public input, we have all that information, and we would provide that as just a courtesy email to basically say, we're going to have choice available at this. Here's the window. Here's where it opens up. Please make sure you submit your application.
All right, thanks. And I guess likewise, some folks, so as we've been talking about the grandfathering for 8th graders, I guess the other option to think about is what happens with Sawgrass Bay kids who might want to choose to remain at Sawgrass Bay. Would that be by choice, or would we then do the grandfathering, which I think, right, if we grandfather as a board, then does that give them the transportation option? So I guess I'm curious about that piece, the grandfathering for Sawgrass Bay.
So I did not actually get a lot of public input on that. And I think it's going to be a question for parents, because really if your student is going to be zoned for that school in then 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, then, do you keep your student at Sawgrass Bay for 5th grade when they're then going to go in 6th grade? So, do they then kind of lose that opportunity to kind of be on that ground floor and to make that cohort and, know all those kids? And I really think that there's, I don't know that it's necessarily a capacity or a growth question so much as it is necessarily a kind of a curriculum question. So.
Yeah, I guess if I'm putting as you kind of walk through that, and I'm trying to put myself into the shoes of a parent there, recognizing the kid is just going to go to the Four Corners School for 6, 7, 8. Why not start now in 5th grade or 4th grade or whatever have you? I guess it'd just kind of be an individual parent request sort of thing that says, I really love Sawgrass Bay. I want them to have the one more year there, or because we were really hoping to get Miss Smith as the teacher next year. I don't know really what those levels of parent requests would be, but I think it probably would not be as widespread as the 8th grade issue for middle school.
Yeah, I think so, because also a lot of those 5th graders who are going to be at that new K-8 are going to be coming from Sawgrass Bay.
Right.
So basically, you'll be with your friends. So I think, to me, and I think this probably question really to talk to Principal Steenken about more, is that I would think that we would want to encourage them to go ahead and go to the Four Corners School in 5th grade, and then start that curriculum earlier.
Yeah.
So that would be my inclination. The other thing I wanted to mention, Mr. Dodd, I know you had a lot of concerns about the way that we were presenting the primary and secondary charter school. And so we have actually been working through a process on revising our school lookup for our website that basically I think would be able to clarify that quite a bit. And instead of presenting it as a primary and secondary, it presents it as a traditional and a charter school option. And so rather, and of course, we'll still kind of be working towards eliminating those boundaries as we rewrite the charters. But I did want to let you know that that our IT staff has been working really hard on coming up with a different way of presenting that when people go to look up their school.
Well, that's great. I think that would resolve a lot of chaos from going through a parent's head when they think they're buying a house in a certain zone, and they show up and they say, "Sorry, the school is full." You're going, "What? How did I not know that?" So that'd be great. Thank you for the work that you all have done on that. Then.
So that's pretty much all I had, unless there are other questions.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say I appreciate all of the work you guys have done. And I've been very impressed at how smooth this has gone, at least so far. Let's,
I
we're
have to tell you,
continuing
it makes me a
well.
little nervous. But
So,
I'm gonna
well
trust
done.
that it continues to go smoothly.
Yeah. Okay, so are we ready to go on to the next topic? Do we need to wait for the board? I don't know where Mr. Matthias and Mr. Gamble, maybe they needed a break?
They will be right back. In the meantime, if we could, Madam Chair, we'd like to move Mr. Mock next and save the
Perfect.
policies for last.
Yes,
And
let's do that.
So Dr. Weiskopf might need just a minute to pull up his presentation for him. Or maybe not, she's awfully fast.
Here we go. Great.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, School Board and Madam Superintendent. I'm going to present the outcome of the healthcare financial audit work that I did. Just to remind you, the purpose of the audit when I set out to do it initially was to audit the Care Here financial numbers from their March 2019 presentation. And then at the same time, the school board asked me to look at back at 2010 when Care Here presented that there would be a $7 million savings over 3 years. I'd like to start there first. I don't have a slide for this, but if you have the report handy at the bottom of page 4, I'm just going to recap real quickly what I found out. And a lot of the information came from a spreadsheet that the risk management keeps on an ongoing basis from over the years. And I went back and looked at this, and the year after, or the first year that we implemented the wellness centers, the cost of the wellness centers was $1.8 million. Our healthcare claims decreased that year by $800,000. So there was no savings to the tune of about $972,000. The second year, we added another wellness center, so our wellness center costs increased to $2.9 million. That year, there was a savings of about $900,000 for a net of no savings of $2 million, roughly. The third year, the wellness centers, we added the third wellness center. So our wellness center costs were $3.3 million that year. And actually our healthcare claims increased $400,000. So there was no savings of about $3.7 million. So over that 3-year period, we saw no savings. We actually saw an increased cost of $6.7 million. Does that answer that one? Okay. So,
Hey, Tom, what were you were reading from a report, you said?
yeah, the audit report that I did, that information is all recapped on the last paragraph of page 4.
Okay, all I see on board docs is the presentation. So there's a separate document?
Yes.
Oh, I gave that too, so I thought that was attached. I'm sorry.
No, there's only the one,
Okay.
I think.
But that'll be on the board docs for next Monday night, the audit report.
Yeah, there's only one.
Okay, sorry, and then I won't refer to anything from that again. I'll just put that. But that was the results of was there a $7 million savings over 3 years? That was the first 3 years that the wellness centers were in operation.
How many years have they been in operation?
Their first year was 2011, 2012.
Okay.
So they've been in operation now for 10 years, roughly.
Okay.
Going on 10 years.
Thank you.
Okay. So, what I'm gonna, if you can go to slide 3 for me. The first thing I did was take the presentation, and this may look familiar. This was a year ago, a little over a year ago now, the presentation that Care Here provided. And what I did in the red circles that you see here is I kind of circled the areas that I started having questions about and started looking at the numbers. and trying to figure out what they were. And a lot of the reason why I circled those numbers because they were different from information that was provided to me from risk management. So I had to figure out what the average employees was, and I was able to do that from the Care Here monthly billings, and that did prove out to on average 4,892 employees in our plan over that 12-month period, which is September to October, and that's based on this presentation here. Now, the next piece of information that jumped out at me was the appointments per employees, because I was under the understanding that there was not only employees going into the wellness centers, but employee spouses as well as dependents, if they were of the appropriate age, they could also go into the wellness centers. So my question there was, is that an employee or participation number? And it is based on employees only, based on that 7.5 or 7.5, an increase of 3.8%. Now the next number, moving over to the right, total client costs. What I did was pull all the Care Here invoices for that same 12-month period of time, and they totaled out to $5.2 million. And so that didn't tie out to that total client cost. Then when I moved down, back over to the left and down, that also said total client costs. So I added up the 12 months going from October to September, and that totaled up to $4.276 million, which didn't tie out to the 4.368 above. On slide 4, up at the top left, that 60.96, that was the number that was being discussed at the meeting that was inaccurate. They came back and said that the number should be 71.98. I look at all the information, and I'll show you in the next slide. It really comes out to 109.14. So they still weren't accurate in the $72 number. I did some research work on the market visit costs of the 180.42, and that's within range. It's at the upper end of the range, but they're using visits, and one of the differences is we're going by appointments. Our appointments are 20 minutes long. An employee going to the wellness center can be one appointment, but they can also take up 2 appointments. So you might have to look at, is it really, $72 a visit, or is a visit maybe, 142, 44, whatever. So, that's where there's some differences in looking at difference between going out to an urgent care and using our wellness centers. Then I'm going to save the savings summary till the end. I did some work on that, but I want to talk more about that later. But just mentioning it here, I thought it was a little aggressive. My best work came to 2.6 million, but to be honest, that's even giving a lot to them. I think it's a lot lower than 2.6 million, and I don't think it's a savings. I think it's more, and I told them this, I think it's more cost avoidance. Because I told them, I said, one of the things that when you say savings to the school board, like in that $7 million, you were expecting to get $7 million, right?
That's right.
You were not expecting to get a $7 million cost avoidance or something along that line. You were looking at saving $7 million. So we had a long discussion about that, and I think that they did come to the understanding of what I was trying to tell them. And then that budget projection, that's just not correct. The $4.5 million. I did 3 years worth of the last 3 years of when we actually had all 4 wellness centers in operation. And the lowest was 5 million and the highest was 5.4 million. So there's no way they can come in and project a $4.5 million. I mean, that would be $500,000 savings. But I think in reality, and I don't have this year's numbers, but I don't think we came out to 4.5 million at the wellness centers is probably going to be closer to 5 million
Now, this was what they presented to us last year.
back in March of 2019.
Okay, because since that time, we have readjusted on some of the prescriptions and things that they were handing out. So that does not confuse this issue here. That was,
My view, my look at this was 2018, 2019, because I didn't have all of 2019, 2020 data.
We locked this in at the time because it looked so out of whack for him to come back and review. So this has nothing to do with what we've done recently.
Just to let you know, at the end of this, and this was one of my recommendations, obviously, is to get these numbers more accurate to the school board. And they did do an updated presentation, and if they would have given this to you in March this year, and I verified they actually gave it to me to verify all the numbers, and they tied. I mean, now the numbers would have tied, so they look a lot cleaner, nicer, more accurate. And as I go through the presentation here, you'll see a more information of why it's really tough to get your arms around healthcare here at the school district. The next slide, number 5. Thank you. This was just, I broke down where these different numbers came from, the $72, the $109, and what I came up with is the $129. And one of the things in how they calculate their numbers is what they're including and what they're not including, if that makes sense. So, and what they're trying to do, from what they're telling me, is they're trying to make our wellness centers compare to urgent care centers. So if you go to any urgent care center out there, what they're saying is they have to include and exclude some of this information so that they're on an apples to apple basis. My issue that I told them was, well, this is what the school board's paying. So in turn, this is what it's costing us to run our wellness center. So you have, even though we may be giving more services than the urgent care, it's still what our cost is. It's the school board's determination to exclude those services down the road if they want to be more in line with what an urgent care would be. So they should present the data at the top level at what it costs, and then if they want to explain how to compare our wellness centers to the urgent care so it's apples to apples, that's fine. But at least give them the top line. So the top line would be, if you took this over here on the left side, the Care Here invoices, it's really $144. I don't even have that on this sheet right here. I mean, if you take the management fees, the medication, and the wellness center costs, it's actually $144 per appointment. Not visit like an urgent care. Because if you go into an urgent care, they're counting it as visit whether you're there 20 minutes or an hour. So, and that's where their costs can range.
so what you're saying then, their presentation was based on an analysis of other agencies' comparison to theirs versus actual invoices.
They were trying to be in an apples to apples comparison and present it to you that way. But it lost a lot of its meaning as far as what the true cost was to the school board in running your wellness
And that's what we're
centers.
more interested in, is what is it really costing us versus what?
That's what I told them.
Yeah.
That's what I told them. That's what I felt anyways. I told them, present that first, and then if you want to go out on a limb and say, but if we compare our wellness centers to the others, this is apples to apples, but you're paying for more. You're giving medication, where if you go to the urgent cares, they don't give medication. They just need to present that second, I think, versus initially. Our decision is, at least I believe our decision here, is to give that medication at this time.
I also feel like this is false advertising, because urgent care is not what they have promised us. They told us multiple times that they were providing general practitioner care, including pediatric care, and those fees shouldn't match urgent care fees. Urgent care fees are much higher. So why are they comparing us to urgent care when they should be comparing us to your general practitioner?
Also, it's
that would be
presented
a
that it's to
question.
be preventive health care as well,
Yes.
along that line.
Yes.
Right, and none of that is urgent care cost. I mean, urgent care is substantially higher because it's urgent and it's just slightly cheaper than the ER, you know, so that's not what we were trying to provide for people. So they shouldn't be baselining us with urgent care, which is probably 50% more costly than your general practitioner.
Well, I'm not done at the 144 yet, so.
Okay,
Real
okay.
quick on the next slide, slide 6. This is just the breakdown in the costs, and this is the October to September time period. This just kind of the breakdown, because I know you would want to see where the dollars are for that $5.3 million. Where are they being spent in the wellness centers? So this is about the, I think, appropriate level of detail for the school board, so that you can see where the dollars are being spent. Now, slide 7. Slide 7, there is additional costs that the school district is bearing for the wellness centers. Has to do with the facilities that they're in, the communications, the water and sewer and electricity. That's kind of it. I'm not counting any work that our staff here at the school district does. Risk management obviously does work, you know, for the wellness centers. Some of their time and effort that is done in risk management is done there. Obviously, the finance department has some work also as well. So this here adds about 70, I'm just gonna round up, about a buck. I mean, it's 70 some cents, but it's really about another buck. So that's $145. And I think if you would count, you know, the work that the district staff provides, you could probably add another buck. So, you know, you're almost up to $146 in what the school district provides to the wellness centers in resources and staff and facilities. So it didn't make the number any better, I'm sorry. But I think it gives a more accurate picture. That would be one thing that in the new report, Care Here can't provide that information because they don't know that cost factor that the school district's providing through the electricity, the water and sewer and that.
But I thought the buildings were ours.
Not all. Some of them are in the only building that it's in that's ours is transportation. And then the other buildings, we're still renting those office, what are they? They're
The modulars, like.
modulars, thank you. I couldn't get the modulars, so they're not owned yet. And I think that's where you're seeing the dollars in the financials.
But it's not, I'm looking at John as I'm looking at you as well.
Yeah.
My understanding, we're lease buying them.
Probably. I don't know. I
rental-
didn't dig into that part
Well,
of
that's
it.
just what I'm saying.
I just took the information from the
When it was
financials.
brought to the board originally,
Mhm.
that's the way I understood it, was we had bought or we were buying those, so we wouldn't be renting.
I saw the information on the last one, and yes, we were buying that over a period of time.
Okay.
That I did see.
Still a real number.
Right.
Whether you call it rental or.
Thank you. I look at it that way too. Okay, slide 8. I put this slide put together for one reason. When I was going out gathering data, whether it came from risk management, finance, or whether it came from Care Here, or it came from our employee benefits consultants, it was all different. It was all for the same time period, 2018, 2019. That was the information I was asking for. So I put this up here for a reason is I worried that you guys were getting some of this information from different sources, and it could be for the same time period, and you would look at these numbers. I don't know if whether you'd be putting them together going, wow, you know, our healthcare costs are only 30 million, but wait a minute, if you go to finance, they're 46.5 million. So one of the things that I, as I was talking to Care Here and Gallagher, is we need to put some rules around these numbers. You know, because they have different start and stop time periods than we do, because we go by the fiscal year. But they went by their own time period, which might have been their contract, or it might have been some healthcare, I don't know, actuary date. So, you know, I just told, and Care Here did come around and put the information based on our fiscal year. But I think it's also important that Gallagher look at it that way as well, and that to make sure that we're including all the same costs when we're talking about something. Total members, down here, when I went into the information from CARE here, they had 7,652 total members. I mean, our membership has been, 6,600. For the last couple of years. We haven't budged much. I mean, it goes up and down a little bit, but there hasn't been a lot of fluctuation there. So we need to establish some rules and make sure everyone's working off that same guideline for putting numbers together, so that when you as a school board gets it, you're not getting a lot of variance in your numbers, I think, because you can't make good decisions if you're getting that kind of variance. Moving forward to slide 9. I put together in the risk assessment, and this is the information coming from that in the report. I think I'm just going to read it. It's the same data that's on this slide number 9, but the school district's healthcare plan participants change plus or minus on a daily basis throughout the fiscal year. I just said that. Since the end of 2014-2015, participations have increased only 0.005%, or 200 participants to 6,600 at the end of the 2018-2019 year. However, the school district's healthcare plan costs have grown on an average of 5.5% annually over the past 5 school years, and that's from the 14 to the 2019 year. Increasing on average $2.3 million annually. The rising costs in healthcare has resulted in the school district injecting additional cash to cover healthcare claims beyond the budgeted dollars. Now, I saw this when I looked back over the years, and finance provided me the information is, what the budget amount was, and then all of a sudden you'd see an influx of $1 million, and that was to cover the shortcomings of where the budget was and where the actual claims were. So we've had to do that. This year we haven't, because I think the superintendent, in February, told you that we increased the healthcare budget this year an additional $2.3 or $8 million to over $4 million. And part of that was for the reserve that we're trying to create, and we'll talk about that in a little bit as well. So we've done this, and it's one of the things that when I was hired was to look at where are our general fund dollars coming. There was a question that each year as the budget rolled around, there was less and less in the general fund. Well, this was to me, from what I saw, was the major contributor to that reduction in the general fund year over year. Because if you're not getting, an additional 5 over almost 6% annually to cover your healthcare costs, you're obviously pulling it from somewhere else, right? To make the numbers work. So that was a big part of putting this together and showing you that our participation has been relatively flat in our healthcare plan, but our costs are rising. And if you look at over the 5 years, like I show in the first line, you've used $11.5 million additional beyond what you've been putting there.
Tom, one of the things I learned at one of the FSBA meetings was that with insurances, you want to compare to trend. And trend, I don't know what trend is right now. Maybe Scott, or do you know what insurance trend, like what's the trend for increases? Because I know that we don't want to be above it, but it's almost impossible, or it's very difficult to get below trend.
Yeah, we are below trend actually, and it's very hard. And I know Mr. Ward and I talked about this. We've talked about it with Gallagher. Each area is different, and it's based on who's in your plan. And I'm sure Mr. Matthias knows this from his business, and anybody else that's been in businesses. You've got to look at in your plan and your age population and your health of your overall population, and that's going to come down to what your, risk in your plans are. So it's hard to compare us to practically anybody because we're not going to be apples to apples. There's always going to be a variance. We might be a little bit more aged than somebody else, or we might have a little bit higher folks in our plan that, have underlying conditions. And the less of those you have, so all that comes into to make up your plan. But and I know, I'm sorry you don't have the report, on that same, underneath the risk assessment, when you get the report, you'll see that that our employee benefit consultants did provide me on average, on a national average of what healthcare was increasing, and I put in there from 2010 to 2019. So if you, when you get this, in 2010, nationally healthcare was increasing 10.8. In 2011, it was 10.9. In 2012, it was 10.8. So 13, it was 9.6. 14 was 9.3. 15, it was 7.3. 16, it was 8%. 17, it was 7.3. 18, it was 6.6, and in 2019, it was 5.9, almost 6% that year. So it has come down since the high years of 10, 11, and 12, but it's been coming down, I guess, slowly. But it does seem, hopefully, 2020 will maintain it 5.9 or lower in healthcare. It doesn't seem likely with what we just went through, but we don't know until we actually go through the 2020 year to know what the increase will be. Did that answer that, Dr. Burns?
Yes, thank you. That's helpful.
It's hard, but it's an area that we need a lot of focus on. On slide 10, thank you. The healthcare claims by participants. I just provided this to show the school board, where the dollars are being spent. This is who's consuming the healthcare dollars. You see, employees are consuming about 78% of the dollars, and spouses 4%, dependents 9.5%. And then retirees 7%, and the retiree spouses 1%. So total retirees would be 8%, and then a minor fraction for COBRA. And then the graph down underneath that is just showing what the participants have been, and you can see it's relatively flat. Employee, spouses, and dependents on that graph. Over to the right, I did show what the total was, and then I explained that this did not include the $3.7 million for the administration fees. And since we're self-insured, we pay an administration fee for the processing of our health care claims, and that was for 2018, 2019, that was $3.7 million. And then did not also deduct out the stop loss, and we had about $900,000 in refunds for our stop loss. And then it did not include the $5.1 million for the wellness centers that we paid out in 2018, 2019. On the next slide, number 11. This is where the revenue sources is. So the last slide was paying it out. This is where the money's coming in. Obviously, it's got to come in from somewhere so that we can pay it out. Down at the bottom are the areas to cover real quickly, the COBRA and the retirees. The COBRA only brings in about, this 18-19 only brought in $850,000. The retirees brought in 1.9 roughly, and employees contributed 6.1. And then over on the purple line at the top is what the board contributes to the healthcare fund. And as we discussed earlier, the reason why we went from that 32.6 up to the 39.5 was the additional dollars that the board kicked in to create that 60-day healthcare reserve. So the extra money's there is to get a reserve that we need about $4.9 million in reserve that we didn't currently have set up. I'm not hearing any questions, so I'll move on. Okay, next slide, 12. I'm going to cover this real quick. This is that savings summary, and this is the work that I tried to do to try to prove out their numbers. And as I said earlier, I had a really tough time proving out their numbers. And what I did was over on the right, I put what their savings was, and I circled what I was trying to prove out. So they said that the office visits and lab savings would be about $4.4 million a year. So I put that at the top, and I tried to calculate out what I thought the savings, what would go against the savings. I tried to use that 129 number, and like I said earlier, it really should be about 144 or 145. So you can see, you know, as you kick in and you really work at looking at this, and then even as I said earlier, our costs are per appointment, which is a 20-minute appointment time, and the urgent care centers are not based on an appointment time. They're actually based on a visit, which, again, it's not going to be comparing apples to apples. So in reality, our appointment costs could actually be higher than an urgent care center visit. Medical supplies, I did a real quick analysis down there, and you know, if I could determine there was a savings, I did my best to do it. If not, I just kind of came out with pretty much the same number they did. Basically, I came out to about a $1.8 million in office visits and lab savings total. Again, I'm being very lenient towards giving them some there. I really think it's a push, as whether there's any savings at all, really. The next slide, 13. As I said earlier,
How did you get the how did you get to all the way up to 4 million?
I never got up to it. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting to about 1.8. And they're saying there's about a 4.3, and like I said, I'm being very lenient in getting them to a 1.8. I just can't get to a 4.3.
I got it.
That's all I'm trying to prove here is I don't know what's behind their numbers. I think if they're going to present this, they really need to give a lot more detail, because it's just they're not giving enough information to really get to their numbers.
Mm-hmm.
My next slide is really to kind of push for what they should be presenting, and that is, instead of telling you their savings, they're really giving you a cost avoidance. And by that, what I mean is if the trend line is around 7.2% in cost annually rising, and they're helping us maintain a lower cost by us implementing these wellness centers and holding us down to 5.16, then there's roughly a 2% cost avoidance.
What is that
make
number?
Sense?
Yeah, what is that number? That spread, do you know?
Yeah, I think I have it in the report. I think it works out to a pretty good number. I don't have it right in front of me. I can get it to you.
We can keep going.
I'll get it to you. I couldn't really, on slide 14, there's no way for me to look at medication savings. I did do some online looking to see what, I picked some medications that they provide out of the wellness centers, comparing the cost to what I guess you could find online. Basically, they were below it every time, so I would have to say they are saving us money, but I don't have a real way of looking at that.
And that we already adjusted.
Yeah, it's not.
That's a moot subject.
And then there's, the over-the-counter stuff. We're definitely moving out of the wellness centers. The final analysis, again, is based on productivity. This is where they say they're saving 1.6 million in productivity, and that's the ability to get an employee back in their chair and working. by them making a quick visit to the wellness centers, getting what they need medication-wise and getting back. Just did some analysis. I tried to prove out where they could get up to 1.6, and the best I could get productivity is about $600,000, $614,000. So again, it's a tough stretch, but again, I just can't believe every employee can, if they go to the wellness center at 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that they'll probably come back to the office for 4 o'clock and work for another hour. So that's why I eliminated a lot of that time out of there. So to me, there was only a shorter window of someone being able to go to the wellness centers and then being able to get back to the office and work and being productive again. Slide 16, real quick recap here. Healthcare costs have been increasing 2.3 million. As I said, our participation has been flat over the years. The school district needs to establish the $4.9 million 60-day healthcare fund, and the current fiscal year healthcare budget was increased 4.3. Half of that was for the reserve. And the Wellness Center potential savings, in fact, it should be stressed as cost avoidance because there's really no savings to the school district. However, this year, as I think they've already told you, they're going to lower their management fees, which would equate to savings at the wellness centers. And then we're taking our over-the-counter drugs out of the wellness centers. So obviously, we would save in medication and RX costs. The last couple slides, 17, 18, and 19, I'll just go quick, and 20 real quick. These are my recommendations, and most of them have already been implemented. Improve the accuracy of the data in the Care Here presentation, and I can tell you by not going down through all those points, those were all taken and implemented into their presentation work that they would be giving to the school board. Number 2 is in the school district strategic plan that we should specifically address the health behaviors. This is the only way we can avoid our rising health care costs, is better educating our participants in the health care plan. And there's 3, doing my research, I found, there's 3 ways: physical health, mental health, and financial health. By addressing those things, these are the things that cause our employees and our participants stress and will affect their overall health. So if we can address this, and as I said, we've already implemented a Wellness Wednesday information that goes out to all the staff. I think if we can build on that over the years, if there's a way we can find funding to increase the way we educate our participants in our healthcare plan, hopefully we can either drive down costs or at least maintain costs. Next is the Springbrook data, and again, I can tell you for the wellness centers and the school district, healthcare should establish rules and guidelines. I worked with Care Here, Gallagher, our employee consultant, healthcare consultants have been working with them, and we've done a lot to improve the data in Springbrook that they're using to create their information. And finally, my last recommendation is to review the ongoing program for the RX and medication that can be purchased over the counter. There's a lot of, I call them SKU lines. There's a lot of items out there in our wellness centers. I think I counted.
But we did this already, right? This one's been implemented?
We have, yes, implemented some. It's just on an ongoing, we need to keep an eye on this. There's a lot of drugs in our healthcare centers. So a lot of RX medication. I shouldn't say drugs. RX medication, right? Some of them are drugs. Some of them are vitamins. So that's not a drug. It's a vitamin. So, but we need to keep reviewing this ongoing and hopefully drive down the costs of the RX and the medication, and that'll overall drive down our costs of our wellness centers.
Well, see, I think also what you mentioned here in this final recommendation about the 1 year or 6 month or the mail, that's something that we've been trying to get at least a 6-month or a year prescription done so that the employees would not have to, because that's some of your 2 visits that you see.
Correct.
If you have X amount of prescriptions over this, then you have to have 2 visits.
Correct.
And it's only there to get your prescription refilled. And that's some of the, but the doctors say they will not sign off on it for a year because that's the law in some cases, whatever. I understand if that's the law, but some of these things that you should be able to get a yearly prescription like a regular doctor and be able to get it and you just implement it. And I like the idea of the mail order so you don't have to go in.
I know under my wife's plan that we have to do that. I mean, anything that you're on that's 90 days, 6 months, or if you're a diabetic, you're going to get a whole year of your diabetics.
Right.
And it's a lot cheaper. It's a lot cheaper to the
Well, that
organization.
would cut down quite a bit of the office visits.
It would, yes, the foot traffic in our wellness centers would definitely go down.
Yeah.
But you know, your costs can go up. You know, if your appointments go down, your costs go up because you're dividing it across less foot traffic. So just be careful. You know, always be watching your number of appointments because that's very important in the cost per appointment. So if your appointments are 36,000 now and they drop down to 35,000, well, your costs are going to go up per appointment, unless your costs go down.
Right.
Unless you
Which
get your
we're not
costs.
going to see that, I don't think.
Yeah, you're not going to necessarily see that. But they are doing some things staffing wise. They are doing some things, as I said on the. So they are working to help us get the wellness center costs down. So that obviously will help over time.
And they're working with Mr. Ward on this, or with
Mr. Ward and the risk management.
Risk management with
Yes.
Lauren Dritter.
Yes, they're working together in that, and they're working very hard to help get our costs down.
So I'd just like to say, after hearing this whole presentation, if I had a private company, that I was looking to hire, I would fire this company.
100%. Thank you, Dr. Burns. 100%.
I'm sorry. Like if I can't figure out and he can't figure out where those numbers came from, they know this stuff and they know all those numbers and they know it's nonsense. So I'm not happy with this company. And I think it would be good to look into other companies that do something similar. Because obviously this company hasn't been working very effectively with us for 8 years.
Well, this is the third time I've looked at a healthcare organization presenting, and they always present their numbers in a very positive way to the organization.
But it still should be traceable.
Yeah, I know, and there are always their argument is they're not how they're comparing numbers to make it look apples to apples, but it doesn't make sense to the school board because you're the ones that are paying the dollars.
The person that it goes back to me because these numbers, they were goofy from the get-go. That's why you looked at them.
Yes.
But what part does Gallagher play when we hired them? And they're supposed to be really kind of our agent and sort of the fiduciary making recommendations. Why aren't they stronger in helping us? That's my concern.
Yeah, that would be a question for Lauren DeWitt.
That's why I just asked who was on.
Yeah, I don't know.
But we don't have to answer it right now anyway. Great report. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very helpful report. Any other questions, board?
So just an observation, I think we had, this big wondering of whether or not these centers were worthwhile for us. I mean, even if we're not getting the savings or as much of a cost avoidance as we thought, I guess we are still looking at a couple $1 million of a cost avoidance for us. But then the other part of that is cost avoidance for the employee, right? That every time the employee goes to the center, instead of going to their PCP or going to an urgent care, they're saving money too on co-pays and things of the sort. So that I guess I'd be interested in knowing what is the typical cost avoidance for an employee, and it seems like that is a piece of information that is used as a recruitment tool. That we say we've got these wellness centers, and so you'll be able to avoid co-pays and things of the sort by doing that. I think that's that's something that people don't really consider and put it into their mind when they're talking about compensation and benefits, but really that's part of the perks of being a Lake County employee is that you get this cost avoidance from your own paycheck. The other piece I'd be interested in talking more about is what sort of incentives we put in place for employees to adopt a healthier lifestyle or make improvements. I remember being at Disney, and I couldn't even imagine how much they pay a month in health insurance for their employees, the cast members. But I remember some incentives were in place for us that if we went and had the some various screening, they would give us a financial break on our insurance. If we maintained a healthy BMI, they took more money off the insurance. They did a blood screening, things of the sort. If your cholesterol was in a range, you got kind of a bonus off your health insurance. I just have to wonder if we had some incentives in place, then, and folks maintained healthier lifestyles, perhaps we'd have a greater cost avoidance, right?
What?
I don't know who that was to. I can speak. Is Lauren on? Lauren Ritter, but I've spoken with her a lot about Care Here. I've been sat in on meetings and whatnot, and they I just blanked. I'm sorry. Maybe Lauren can answer. Is she on?
I am. I am on. Hi.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what you'd like for me to address, just the wellness perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Care Here does have a wellness team of coaches with weight loss programs, diabetes management, smoking cessation. And so we do have those resources available to us through Care Here. Honestly, we could do, we could have more participation. I would love to see more participation. And so that's one of the things that we want to work on this year. Hopefully through the Wellness Wednesdays, we can get some additional participation on those programs.
Yeah.
Well, you would think that somebody's incentive would just be that they'd want to have a healthier lifestyle, but I'm not sure that that's enough. I'd really love to see a group come together and talk about some incentives for employees to fix those problems or to avoid them in the first place. I think a lot of companies do that, and
they do.
And we're just relying on an email on Wednesdays for employees to read that and then decide to participate. But I'm not sure, and I guess we'd have to look at the data to see if that's reducing the number of appointments that people are generating. But I'm not sure that it is. So it seems like the only way to reduce the number of appointments is for people to either not need them in the first place or go somewhere else. And it'd be great if they don't need them in the first place, right? So if they were living healthier lifestyles, which was incentivized, then perhaps we'd see some strides. When a giant company like Disney does it, I think there's something to be looked at there, something worth looking at.
Yeah, my company and DuPont, well, they were GenCorp before, and they had that similar policies. I've also talked with Chad. Sorry, I actually probably should eat my yogurt. It's getting a little close to lunch. But yeah, Chad has talked about Gallagher doing that, and I just don't know. It just doesn't ever seem to get picked up. How can we get this to be a ball that gets rolling, I guess?
I think Tom even brought this up a while ago in one of his presentations from a previous audit. And I was curious, just really quickly, I know Mr. Ward mentioned something in regards to speaking about insurance later in the meeting, and I don't know if it correlated with this or if there's a different savings that we're going to talk about. But we did see some cost savings with Gallagher after this audit was completed. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Just kind of catch everybody up real quick. The Care Here contract runs until August of next year. Our plans are already, and we're in discussions about how to start the RFP process so that we can go out for bid for other clinic management companies to come in and look at our processes. This has been a concern of Gallagher's. They haven't necessarily agreed with the numbers either. They assisted Mr. Mock a lot in his review of this. And part of the problem is Gallagher's also implemented some other areas like the pharmacy management company that come in that we're watching to see the savings that's coming in on that. So it's hard to say a clinic helped reduce our cost or helped reduce our trend over time. One of the conversations that I had with Mr. Mock when he was going over this with me was the fact that where I came from in Alachua County, we chose not to go the clinic route. we went some other routes, and their trend, it was actually 4.9, which is lower than the 5.whatever% that Tom came up with. So without clinics, they were still able to beat the trend. A lot of it has to do with the demographics. A lot of it has to do with the community and the support that the community has. And then there's a lot of various factors in this. But yes, we do plan on taking the Care Here contract back out for an RFP to find out what the other competition is going to bring to the table. Oh, and by the way, this year we're going to look a lot better, contrary to what a lot of people think, because just about all of the non-essential doctor visits were suspended for a period of time, and where we are normally running around $3.5 million a month in claims cost, we were down to about $1 million and a half. So we had a significant decrease, obviously, for 1 month. Now, what will more than likely happen is a lot of those services are just going to be deferred until it opened back up. And once it opened back up, once they get moving again, we'll start seeing the opposite. We'll see expenditures go up really high. So I just want to throw that out there, because someone may say, well, look at the fiscal year from July 1 through June 30th. They have a substantial savings, and it may not be real. It's just a timing of what's been going on. So again, another external factor that has a large impact on the cost and the trend of it.
I think the real key is when we go out for the request for proposal, which I desperately want us to do, that's a time for us to look at ourselves and what do we want to include and what do we not want to include. And so we're very specific so we can compare the apples to apples.
Right.
Because it seems like, and I'm not sure how this happened, but we just went into this wanting to do what was right for employees, and we got awful deep and above and beyond what maybe we should have done. That's all.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Okay, ready to move on?
Are we ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh,
So is there
sorry.
a next step to talk incentives for employees to try to?
Yeah. What
encourage
is the
that?
next? What is the and who owns this? Who's the owner? Is it you, Lauren, Mr. Ritter?
I think it is.
Yeah, but it's already scheduled to go out for a request for proposal, right? Mrs. Doretta?
It's planned. It's
Like in a
not
year or
scheduled
something.
yet,
Like we
because
got a
we've got
year.
Over a year.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
So
I
all we're
didn't
doing
realize-
right now is looking at this report and being irritated. So we got more time.
Right. So would it make sense? Do you want a committee, Mark? Are you thinking?
Well, I
No.
Or we already have a committee,
There is a
right?
committee. There is a committee.
Yeah, I feel like this is a topic that would be worthy of them to say how do we get more people in our district to adopt a healthier lifestyle, so that way we can create some healthcare savings here.
I should not be on that committee.
because I'm just not sure that an email on Wednesdays is what's doing it. You know, I think there's got to be more. I mean, it's one piece of the puzzle that supports that, right? I mean, they've got to hear the message. There's no doubt, right? I'm not saying that the email is just pointless, but I feel like that's not enough to get somebody to do it for whatever reason. Although for me, it would just be like, well, yeah, I want to live longer. I want to be healthier. That's enough. But for some people, the incentive is different, and until we tap into that. I mean, we've got millions of dollars that tied up in healthcare that people are saying, where's my raise? You know, there it is. So I'd really like to see some movement on that, some good dialogue.
So Madam Chair, if I could just interject real quick in response to Mr. Dodd. The last meeting that we had, we asked Gallagher to go out and put together several recommendations or alternatives to clinics. It doesn't mean that the clinics are going away, but what are some other ways that other districts and other government entities similar to ours have made plan changes or have increased benefits in one area that actually creates some savings? So the insurance committee is working on that, just to let you guys know.
They're working on savings with Gallagher. Mark's really talking about creating a wellness incentive program. So would that be more under wellness, like the wellness policy group, or would this be more the financial insurance group?
Well,
We have
I
committees
guess
for both.
I guess just out of my experience with the other school district that I worked at, it was under the same umbrella.
Okay.
The wellness committee and the insurance committee. It really depends. We're getting the information about, insurance companies and trends and what's been existing from other areas that's been successful from Gallagher. So I don't know if the wellness committee needs to be included in on that or not, but we can
Well, I
have
just
that
think
conversation.
we just need it to start happening. I don't really care who's on the committee. Like, it doesn't matter to me which group of committees. Mark, do you have any You're muted.
Mute. There it goes. There it goes. I had trouble. I wouldn't unmute. Yeah, to me, it doesn't matter who's talking about it. I guess I want somebody to talk about what is the incentive. Like, Tom, when you and I sat down originally and looked at kind of the preliminary you told me that, you've seen some places where they have various incentive programs. I guess I really need to, I'm looking for that. What's the incentive?
Well, I think Mr. Matthias kind of hit the nail on the head when he talked about when we sent out for the RFPs that we put together, that we put together what we're looking for and what you're talking about. If there's going to be some savings on incentives by having the BMI and other different things that we could do there, that we include that also in that RFP so that we are getting all that information up front.
No, but that runs independently. Like, we as a district, could we not decide, hey, we're going to put some incentives in place? And I guess to, the specific amounts and that kind of stuff, you may have to bargain because it's an incentive on somebody's insurance that is, but it seems like we don't have to wait for a new group to say we want to have healthier employees. So how do we get there? How do we reduce the number of unhealthy employees? It's not waiting necessarily for an RFP for a new provider.
So I sat down with Lauren and Care here. We could set up some sort of, I'm sure Lauren could set up some sort of wellness with Care here group to discuss publicly what we've discussed privately, Lauren, like having them do more of their incentives for us, because they have incentives built into their own company, like, so that we won't have to pay for the incentive. They will actually pay for it because it helps their cost line also.
Yes, and we have done that. That we'll have drawings where Care Here will provide the gift cards for the drawings, where people will participate in like an 8-week weight loss program or walking challenge, and then those that complete the challenge will, they'll have a drawing, and Care Here will provide that as an incentive. But I want a little clarification. Like, I know a lot of employers will have a surcharge for smokers on their premium, or if you have an annual health risk assessment, perhaps you'll get a refund. And is that what you are?
Yeah, I think that's worth looking at. If you live a healthier lifestyle, I guess I just don't know why you pay for somebody as unhealthy one, or if you're unhealthy, then you say, gosh, I feel inspired. I would like some incentive to make some positive changes, and then you start to feel the rewards for that.
Well, that's something we can work on with the Insurance Advisory Committee. I think the Wellness Committee focuses more on students and healthy foods and stuff versus employees, but we can certainly work on that.
Okay.
We ready to move on?
I think so.
Cool.
All right. I actually have our agenda.
Okay, it's policies now.
Yes. Our last item is the new policies. Very good.
Superintendent, or do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Are we good to continue? I think we can go through these relatively quickly. Most of them you've seen before. The only new ones that you hadn't seen were the ones from technology, but you've hopefully had a chance to review those. I didn't get any comments or questions about them, so if you've had a chance to look at them, we could rather than going line by line through each of them, if you just have questions, we can pull the specific ones that you have questions about that you like to discuss. However the board would like to proceed.
How would the board like to proceed?
I've actually reviewed the changes, and I think maybe if anyone has specific concerns about the changes, to bring those up rather than going through all of these again.
Yeah,
They followed your recommendation of doing them in red,
Very good.
so I think we can pretty much straightforward. I don't disagree. Technology we actually had kind of pulled that one. So,
Do you guys just want, is Stephanie back on yet? Maybe not. She was having trouble with technology too. Do we want to just look at the technology ones with a little more
yeah,
detail?
that sounds good.
Well, I had a couple of follow-up questions because I don't think we ever came to a resolution on the directory information. You know, that we've still got the line in there about, I mean, really the way we've got it, still anybody could walk into a school and request every address of a 5th grade girl.
I know Ms. Turner was going to follow up on that one, and she is here, so she's pulling that one up so we can have some discussion about that one.
And then my other question, I think primarily was we were diving into the case in Palm Beach County regarding student fees, or so I guess I hadn't seen or heard anything about what we learned from that. So I was interested in knowing what we learned.
Okay, well, we have 2 proposed policies for you to look at, so that's definitely one we want to talk about. That's in the 6,000, so we'll, Ms. Turner's going to go ahead and address the first one, and then we'll move into the one regarding student fees, and then we'll jump into the technology section unless there's any others that you have.
Very good.
And if you could just mark 8415 that Ms. Cronin mentioned, I'll come in the tail end if you like and mention that.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Sure. So on the directory information, that's policy 8330. I'm looking at page 63. We did double check and discuss with Dr. Landry. The problem is that the FERPA sets the minimum that you have to list as directory information, and then you can list additional things as directory information if you'd like. So unfortunately, we have to list these by law. We did strike out the ones that were not included in FERPA, so we're setting the minimum required information that has to be listed as directory information. But to your point about can anyone come in off the street and ask for the list of 8th grade girls, if you look at the line, and I have to find it in here, it says directory information means information contained in an education record of a student that would not generally be considered harmful or an invasion of privacy if disclosed. That gives us the flexibility and determination that we can exclude people's requests if we reasonably think it would be harmful or an invasion of privacy, which I think your example is pretty clear would be.
So in my example, right, it's rather extreme. You'd pick up on that one right away. It'd be a red flag. But now somebody comes in and says, hey, I just want the addresses of all your students and, you know, all this directory information because I want to do a mail out of some summer camp programs or something I'm holding. You don't see the ulterior motive necessarily in that kind of example. So I guess I'm interested in hearing, you know, I don't know if you've looked at the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations 99.37, but that one says that the directory information we could limit to specific parties or specific purposes or both. So would that one being federal supersede, that should be in line with FERPA, right? Can we designate specific purposes or parties that we want to provide the directory information to?
And that is FERPA that you're referring to, that 99?
Well, I'm referring, well,
yes, 34 CFR 99, that chapter is FERPA.
Okay, so this says U.S. Code of Federal Regulations 99.37, and I'm looking at some section D there that it says that an educational agency or institution may specify ... be limited to specific parties for specific purposes or both. So I guess that's the piece I want to have a conversation on. If this code allows us to limit for specific reasons or to specific people, then I think that more so protects the privacy of our students. And so that's the piece I want to talk about. I don't know why we wouldn't leverage that if that's an option.
It certainly is an option. Before it was just discussing the definition of a directory Information, Steve.
Mark, I don't have the regs in front of me, so I can't tell you exactly what those say, but my understanding was the board wants to allow for directory information what is required, but nothing more than that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we also had a concern of who could access that information. Last year when we talked code of conduct, that was a piece that was a concern to us. But we were nervous about making any wide sweeping changes to that because we didn't know if it would have unintended consequences, and we didn't know we could pick and choose who gets that directory information. But this federal code, and I'm not the lawyer, so y'all need to read it, but I feel like this federal code allows us to pick and choose who gets the information.
Can we limit the directory information to, I don't know, what will we limit it to though?
Again,
Like
that
just
code is
grants?
very specific, and it has a lot of different sections that you have to read in conjunction with the other sections, and we will take a look at that. But if that's the goal, to limit it to some particular groups, we're just going to have to determine who the groups of people are that we want to provide the records to. But I'm just telling you, sitting here right now, I need to be able to take a look at the code to answer your question accurately.
I don't think Mr. Dodd is trying to limit it to any specific group. As a general statement, we want to protect our kids and their information.
Right.
That's the idea. So someone can't come in off the street, and correct me, Mr. Dodd, if I'm wrong, but I'm sitting here. But we want to make sure that we're protecting our kids and that information. That's the goal.
Yeah.
I agree.
Right. So with that, so if somebody comes in and says, hey, I want all the addresses and phone numbers and genders and grade levels and that kind of stuff of your kids across the district, are we allowed to ask them for what purpose? I didn't think you could ask for what purpose on records requests. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have specific reasons that people could access it, then I guess we could weed out somebody just requesting something for who knows what.
The answer to the first question is you're not allowed to ask what the purpose of the request for public records is any more than you would be allowed, any more than you can make somebody tell you who they are, where they live before you give them public records. But again, the second one, I understand where you're coming from. We're just going to have to take a look at that particular reg. And the regs you refer to are the regs that are written by the administrative agency in Washington that oversees FERPA, which is the Family Practice, I forget the office that it is, but they give particular interpretations of FERPA, and that's what that CFR is.
Right. So, but if we had leveraged that clause about being able to limit for specific purposes or for specific parties, then we would obviously have to ask them, for what purpose do you want all of the addresses of our students? And then we would declare whether that one is an eligible use of that under our policy of why we would turn over directory information.
Okay, I thought I misunderstood, because where my head was at was we don't give the information out, period. Like, in other words, it wasn't about a specific group. It is, we want to protect it at the district level. Why should we be the source that someone can do a public record and get a whole bunch of addresses? And then who's going to make the decision of whether that's a good cause or a bad cause? I say we protect our kids' information, period, and we're not that clearinghouse.
Well, because you have to have.
Within the guidelines,
Yeah,
whatever the restriction is.
Okay.
So that's where the conversation, our concern was last year, unintended consequence. So suddenly University of Florida wants to send out mailers to all prospective students, and we can't provide them that information. Or you got somebody being recruited for athletics, and we can't turn over the roster of our wrestling team. So I think that was the problem, that suddenly there are legitimate uses of our directory information that would suddenly no longer be able to.
Exactly. I mean, that's the other side of the problem.
It's also widely used for some of our technology, like it's for iReady and things like that. You have to have this directory information available.
Right. So this is where I'm going
Some
back
of the
to
grants
why
that we
can't we
do.
designate the specific uses that we would turn this over to? So post-secondary institutions or job readiness or for athletic recruitment purposes, like have actual reasons that would be, or purposes that would qualify somebody to receive our directory information.
I'll look, but
I
I
like
don't
that.
think you're going to be able to tie in the definition to what the use is. You're not going to be
Okay.
able to say, well, for this use, we provide this information, for this
Well,
use,
can we
we'll
say to these
provide.
parties, can we say it that university parties are allowed or athletic parties?
Okay, well, Steve, I'll go ahead. So I sent this email back in August to you. I'll forward it because it's probably buried. Where it says in this code that we can limit information to specific parties for specific purposes or both. So I guess I'm trying to look at that specific
Okay.
purposes piece. So I'll forward it so you can take a look at it and figure out whether, in the legal world, I'm interpreting this correctly, or whether we're just going to have to let it go and directory information is what it is.
Okay.
I don't know.
We'll have something put together for the next meeting.
Well, in the second paragraph, Mark, it talks about the student code of policy or conduct. And then that last sentence in that paragraph talks about parents or eligible students may opt out of all specific portions of directory information for that specific student not to be released. I mean,
Right.
but I'm
Well,
not
the problem is-
sure. I'm not sure if that's what we want to try to promote either, because then that takes away from athletics if they're into that, or into academic scholarships that could be made available.
Well, maybe fewer people would opt out, knowing that just some random guy off the street can't get my kid's address, but I do want it to go to, I do want the recruiters at UF to see that address, so.
Right.
I got you. I understand.
All right, next, are we good, Mark?
Okay, so we'll have that one. We'll need to come back again for the June 8th meeting. If we could get that one in advance, we were trying to have the first read on all of these on June the 8th. So that one, I'm not sure what that
Well,
will
we
now
can
mean.
have a couple of options of that available, so you can go ahead and do that
Okay.
after they select which option they want to use.
Okay. The next one, Ms. Turner also worked on with Mr. Ward, and that is the student fees and fines. This is on page 9 and 11, and so they have some ideas to review. And so I'm going to turn over to Mr. Ward.
Thank you. So we listened to some of the input from the last time, and then taking some of the input from Ms. Turner. I added a couple of lines to 6152. And if you'll look on the version 1, you'll see that, and actually it's in green, then it's in looks like a darker blue with underlined. It says no fee or charge may be required of any student as a condition of attendance and participation for credit in any class unless authorized in any federal or state statute. A school fee shall not exceed the combined cost of the outside service provided or material used, freight and or handling charges. So I just brought that up from the bottom so it would be a little bit more clear where it was coming from.
So does this mean like if they're selling t-shirts, they can't make a profit?
Well, no, because they kind of define later on what a school fee is and what a school fee is not. And it says, if you'll look at B down at the bottom, it'll say charges for purchase of class rings, yearbooks, pictures, diploma covers, and similar items. So they can still sell things for a profit, but it's not really considered what's inside the definition of a school fee. So if it's inside the definition of a school fee, it cannot be sold for a profit.
Sounds good.
So like PE uniforms, for example, that's it's a required material for the course. That falls under a school fee, right? Versus
yes. So if they're
versus
selling,
like I'm some club selling T-shirts as a fundraiser, so obviously I'm going to generate a profit on that, and that's fine because that's not required for credit for the course.
Right. So this was kind of the quick fix to the current policy that we had gotten from Neola. And then in the process of me doing some more additional research and trying to find some better ways to articulate some of the issues, we actually found another district who had a policy that I think kind of really incorporated what the board was speaking about. So instead of completely taking out, we've now created a version 1, which was the existing policy with slight modification. And now we have a version 2. And I just wanted to give the board the opportunity to see that policy, because I think it did address a lot of the conversation and issues that we discussed last time. So if you'll scroll down to version 2, which follows that same policy. And you know, short of me going through and completely rereading this, you can see it's a lot more explanatory. It's a lot more encompassing. It talks about specific situations, talks about field trips, school locks, you know, and it reassures or reaffirms that stance that you can't require a fee for something and that be tied to any kind of specific grade or participation or anything like that. So like the school uniforms, like you just brought up, Mr. Dodd, it actually says that, you know, the school can sell the uniform, but then the student still has the opportunity to bring their own uniform from their home at a different charge or cost. So, I know this was kind of a last minute, but I felt like it was a good alternative to what we brought in the first time. So I wanted to make sure you guys had the opportunity to look that over and give us.
So is this an official Neola policy?
I'm sorry, is this what?
Is this an official Neola policy?
This is not. No, this came from another school district that I found.
So if we adopt it, it won't be.
We would have to send it through the process of having Neola look through it and agree to it.
But they already did. Did they already do that for another county?
No, I do not believe that this county is using Neola. I'm not positive on that, but I did not see their name at the bottom, which they typically do.
Oh, I got you. Thoughts on this policy? It's like a totally different policy. I mean, from my brief read of it, it looks nice. Mark, or Mr. Dodd, sorry.
I'm still reading the second version. I didn't realize there was a second version. I just looked at the red line for the first one.
Is there a reason fines was left off of the second one? Mr. Ward?
No, there's not a specific reason. I tried to scale it down from this policy at that district actually covers a lot more than what our policy did. So I pulled some things out, and I may have inadvertently pulled out the library fines and stuff like that. I definitely can put that right back.
Al, what page?
12. Honest fine, library
Oh,
book.
thank you.
Yeah, but there's a whole list of things.
Yeah, you're on the first policy, I think, aren't you?
No,
okay.
I'm on the first policy looking for the same language in the second policy.
The second policy is, like she said, it's on L.
One part.
But there is another part about students shall pay for, replace, or repair property that is the first part of fine. So I think
Where is the school property part at?
it's right above that K. That's the first part of fines,
Okay.
and now it's K.
Got it.
Simpler language.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have a title saying fines on it.
Yeah. I like the version 2, I think. Although the same basic stuff's covered in both.
I feel like version 1 is a little stronger on the knots, but I'm not sure if that's better or worse.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, number 2 is clear, version 2. But the challenge is going to be, are they both, does Neola update? Do they have to approve this? Is that the process in order to update it? Or if we deviate, we have to update it? If there's a change in the statutes?
And that's my understanding going forward, that they won't be responsible for any changes that may come up because of changes in statute or other legal responsibilities. They typically will look it over and determine whether or not they'll accept it or not.
I guess my question is, will they still inform us of a change to policy 6152, and then it would be up to us to go back and see if the change applies to our version, or to insert that change in ourselves? You know, if there's a new law passed that, you know, says, make some change, are they going to tell us that?
I would guess
Even if we don't have-
no.
Yeah, I think the answer was no when they were here, that if we do something on our own, we have to manage it.
We own it.
We own it.
Yeah. I think so too.
So I don't know that, while I like version 2, if they're going to update version 1, it says basically the same stuff.
Right. I'm just hesitant to, since this whole process is about updating, I'm kind of hesitant to adopt somebody else's old stuff.
Right, that's right.
That's, you know.
I did want to just bring up that when we were researching this issue, I found that Miami-Dade is also a Neola district, and they have a completely different student fees and fines policy. So I'm not entirely sure why Neola is giving us something that they're already not using in another district. That was a question I had, because Miami-Dade's is more similar to version 2. So that may be an option that we can ask them if because it's the same number. It's
6152.
And the Miami-Dade said Neola at the bottom?
Miami-Dade says Neola at the bottom. So I'm not
Yeah, I could check into that.
quite sure why.
And it looks more like version 2?
It does look more like version 2. Well, it's not the same as version 2, but it's laid out more like version 2, if that makes sense.
So what did
On
they
my
present
review
us?
of Miami-Dade, it was a lot more specific than version 2. It was a very incomprehensive, long policy. And keep in mind, they're still going to send us updates to changes to their own policies. So if they change something in statute and they revise their student fee policy, we'll still get that and be able to see their changes to their policy. We can incorporate them into ours.
I apologize in advance. My internet.
We don't get through this.
Can you guys hear me?
Which one do we want?
Yes.
Which one do we
Okay,
want, or we're going to get stuck?
Can I?
Yeah, Ms. Lou?
I apologize, my internet went out, so I was kicked off and then got back on, so you guys may have discussed this, but when you're talking about these two policies, the top one was the one Neola that we had revised, and then the bottom was a separate one that Mr. Ward found. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Then the one at the one that Mr. Ward found that said prohibited student fees, like B says, schools may not charge a direct fee or assessment to a student for a school-sponsored activity, including a field trip, so we can't charge for field trips? Did you?
That's if they're part of. You have to read the whole thing. It's the part of their grade, part of their. Let's see. Schools are permitted charge a direct fee assessment to a student for a field trip activity where the transportation component. So they are allowing it.
Okay,
Schools are permitted to charge a direct fee assessment to a fee for a field trip activity where the transportation component of the trip commences before the end of the school day, provided that the actual activity occurs outside school hours. These field trips must be optional and not affect the student grade.
Okay, I'm sorry that I'm not getting that. I'm really sorry. I'm listening. I promise. I'm trying to see where you're talking about transportation. I'm on page 13. It says 2 prohibited student fees. Schools may not charge a direct fee or assessment to a student for a school-sponsored activity, including a field trip that occurs during school hours. So if they leave at 9 o'clock in the morning and get home at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's during school time. It's not a grade. It's just a field trip. Are they able to go? That doesn't contradict that.
Yeah, like Stephanie, I have trouble reconciling the apparent discrepancy here.
And C is a
we
little
want
bit
them to charge for field trips. Obviously, that's okay.
right. I don't know how we wouldn't. And then C says they can't be consumed for supplies that they would logically consume given the nature of the class. So charging students a standard fee for material that a reasonable person would expect to be an integral part of the classroom that is uniform in nature, blah, 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 is unacceptable. And then it says when supplies are required, and examples are right? We can't be charged. Examples are computer paper, discs in a tech class, workbooks required for classroom activities. Consumable supply fees, agendas, student planners. I know we talked about those, but I mean, is this including like, okay, the example I'm thinking of is there's an elementary school that instead of giving, you know, how teachers give their supply list for the school, this school year, there's a school in our district that just says $20 will cover your school fee, your school supply fees, which is like a dramatic reduction to what I typically pay for a student's school supplies for the year from the teacher's note. But that's the school saying your school supplies are going to be $20. So that's assessing a fee for supplies that they will logically consume during the day. And it looks in this section of the policy that would be prohibited also. I mean, I honestly think I could read that to interpret that teacher supply list might not even be appropriate because it's talking about computer paper. That's always on my kids' supply list. Manuals for lab fees or film. I'm just saying like consumable supply fees are not allowed in that policy. I'm muting again.
Lucky that my husband's chasing my children.
Yeah, maybe.
I have the same concern.
Maybe this second policy goes too far. I think the idea was that I was just trying to find out if it's legal for us to say to take culinary you got to pay $50, or to take chorus you got to pay $100, or to take band you got to pay $250. I just wanted an answer to that question. And I think probably the first policy with the revision, the green line saying that we can't charge a fee unless statute or state or federal statute allows us to, then that may cover it. And this one also has the clause in there about you not being able to profit, right? So if I can't require every kid to buy an agenda and then I'm going to charge you 3 times the price of it.
Right.
But you could ask for them to either have an art book or or give you $5 to buy a $5 art book, which seems very reasonable to me. I want our teachers to be able to do that.
Right. So I think that first policy allows us still to do that, right? Just doesn't say you have to have a $5 art book, but I'm going to charge you $20 for this material.
Right.
And you're left with no choice because sometimes the school says you're not allowed to bring your own from the outside. You got to buy ours marked up 4 times. So it seems like the first policy with the one little line that was added may solve that. But I guess I still just go back to the question, and I don't know if the Palm Beach case gives us some insight, but can we do that? We can't, can we not say a kid's got to pay $50 to take culinary class?
I think the answer to that is no. We went back and looked after you brought this up last time, and it's really curious to me that this issue, with all the 6,000 pages of statutes that we're quoting and all these policies, it comes down to that there's really no clear answer one way or the other. In some places, it references fees and costs related to education. I mean, there's some specific references to it for higher education and district school boards and statutes, but the statutes never come out and clearly tell you, okay, here's what you can and can't do for any given activity. I think we took the approach that it would seem to me that the stronger argument is that you are not allowed to charge fees for students to obtain specific grade equivalencies. You can't, for getting as a specific requirement of a course that they receive a grade for, you're not allowed to charge a fee for them to take that course. For the other course, for the field trips and the other activities and things like that, then you probably are allowed to charge some fees. It doesn't clearly state that anywhere, but I think a lot of that is the fact that probably 90-something% of the schools in the state charge fees for those kinds of things. The fines really was even less direct information in any of the statutes about the fines. So you can't point you to it, say, yeah, it says right here, you can charge these fines for these actions. That doesn't exist. So, I think Elizabeth did a memo on it, and I think we took the approach that If it was directly related to obtaining a grade, then you were not allowed to make a fee or a dollar payment a requirement of that particular grade. For the other items, you were allowed to charge fees as long as you're not doing it in a manner where you're making money on it. So, I mean, that's where we end up. The two policies are an attempt to try to, reconcile those issues one way or the other. And, I think you can go with either one if you want to.
Well, I think we as board members had some concerns about some of the prohibitions and the level of detail in the second one, and maybe less is more. Maybe I'm inclined to say the first one is the one I'd like to spend more time on.
I'm good.
Agreed.
Next.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go on down to the one that Mr. Farnsworth was going to address in regards to emergency and crisis management. This is 8415. And he was following up on the comment this morning from Ms. Cronin. So Mr. Farnsworth, if you want to walk us through that one real quick, and then we'll move on to the technology ones, and if there's no more, we'll be done.
Okay.
Okay, really quickly. Ms. Cronin is correct in what she quoted from the proposed statute this morning that established the pay and a half, where we were focused last time on not capping that number at pay and a half. So we said, okay, well, let's put up to, so there's a guaranteed additional amount of compensation there. So her additional concern today was that it carries on to talk about time above and beyond their usual scheduled time of the 40 hours that would go to time and a half. Just some background, currently in our board policy 6.91, and it's under 4C. It basically, and people have trouble finding it because it's in our salary schedule and not our emergency management plan. So every time we have to look this up, I think everybody's like, where's that again? But that's where it established that non-administrative employees will be paid double time for all required work, while administrators will be paid their regular hourly rate of pay. And that's all it speaks to in it, which I found it kind of awkward the whole time, that because compensation is a mandatory topic of bargaining, that it would be established in a policy for a rate of pay anyway. So what I would recommend is that we strike the sentence that she mentioned today, where it talks about the time and a half, and that one reads, non-exempt staff members who receive such supplements shall also receive, and we were going to say at a minimum of 1.5 times their established rate of pay in the board approved policy schedule for such emergency service for hours worked beyond the 40 hours in the 7-day period. What I would like to just say is change it to the rates for additional supplemental compensation will be established through a bargain memorandum of understanding for non-exempt staff members. Perfect. And that way a memorandum is going to be signed, and it'll be through agreement. And that I think a couple things are accomplished there. Nothing can eliminate our past practice of what we've done in the past, because it's not written in the contract currently, but then policy's not dictating a mandatory topic of bargaining. So that way, Ms. Cronin could still bring in in that negotiation or bargaining that past practice was at double rate. But I'll tell you, even under our current situation, every single time there's confusion and how that current policy is defined. It's discussed every time, and it's never really clear. And the other thing that's changed, rather than commit us also to straight double time in policy, is I think we have to be aware that the background has changed in how we deal with FEMA and reimbursements and the county, where it used to be, we would request reimbursement from FEMA. Now we're in a relationship with the county where all that is submitted from the county to them, And that makes it kind of awkward and trying to get that money back out of FEMA from time to time.
Mr. Farnsworth, we actually agree with you. I mean, so we're good. You don't have to.
I'll shut up now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you won.
Yeah, you won. Okay, next.
Good.
Well-
Thank you, Bill.
Hey, but Chad, I just want to clear up one thing. So I know Bill wants to move on, but I want to make sure this is clear. That you took the statement out there that it had to be anything over 40 hours.
Yes, you took that whole part out. Done.
That's the main thing.
It's
The
all
other
out.
thing, the other thing that policy didn't talk about was how many hours a day that individual, say if they're at a hurricane status, how many hours a day they would be paid.
They're going to pull it out and they're going to do it in the other side. So nothing's going to be specific in our policy. That's what Mr. Farnsworth said for a while.
10 minutes past when you.
All right, moving on.
Hey, my relationships are important. I got to make sure I'm covering my people's bases.
You don't have to
That's
justify that. Next. Love you, man.
Mr. Johnson has two, but before we go on to those, did the board have a chance to review the technology policies in advance as you did previously? Because we haven't necessarily gone through them one by one. That would take a while to go through all of the many changes that are now on here as they've reviewed them and met with Neola last week. So is that a yes? Did you get these in advance?
I was busy looking at other things more
I'm
than
gonna,
just
I'm
this.
gonna be the one who admits no.
Okay.
Because I
Don't
can
look at
look
him
all
either.
over everybody's faces.
So-
No, because I don't know that we knew that these were in there.
Okay.
Right.
So there are a
Given
number
time-
of them. So I'm gonna push this over to Dr. Wheeler and to Mr. Weeks, but we're not gonna go through them line by line. Would be my recommendation. I would just, if you could just go through each one quickly and tell us what are any substantial changes that might have been made to the policies. We can see through the red lines. We can also put these back on for June the 8th if we have additional questions about them. So
Okay.
I don't know which of you gentlemen are going to be speaking to these, but we're going to go through them as quickly as we can. And then Mr. Johnson has two more that we'll need to pull before we conclude today.
Let us know
All
what
right.
page they're on.
Okay, and we're starting on page 17.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, we're waiting on Dr. Wheeler or Mr. Weeks, whoever's going to be speaking to these.
Oh, sorry. I thought maybe Dr. Wheeler was still there, but he may not be. So
He's right there.
a couple of,
He's two down for you on the Hollywood Squares.
oh, is he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So maybe Dr. Wheeler, let me defer to him then. Sorry.
Dr. Wheeler?
Testing. You're on mute. There you go.
No, he's still
Now
there.
back on.
Now you're back on mute.
Yes,
There-
ma'am.
There you go.
There we go. I think we're starting on page 17, they said.
And you're just going to speak to the changes that you made real quick. Or,
Yes,
or not.
we changed it to cellular enabled devices instead of wireless communication. We felt that was more appropriate for board owned devices. Because it could also, it would also take care of mobile hotspots and those type of devices.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we deleted a few items based on the comments from last time from the board.
Yep, totally agree. Okay. Next.
Okay, moving on to staff and school officials' use of wireless communication devices. It looks like kind of the same rule applied here. Any substantial changes to this one other than what's indicated here?
Who did the rewriting on these?
We had a team of individuals on our staff.
Oh, okay. So I just didn't know if you knew the writing or if it should be Mr. who knew more detailers or whatever.
We didn't need the word designate.
Go ahead.
Dwayne, do you want to comment?
I can speak to some of this. A couple of options or a couple of things that we did is that on this particular one, and just to make sure I'm in sync for just a second, it looks like we were on, you said, is it 753.02?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So a couple of things there is that there's a little bit of language that we saw in the very beginning that we had talked with Neola about that first strike through. We were a little concerned about some jurisdiction because it talked about personal devices there. And we felt like some of that language was a little bit extra, for lack of a better term. And Neola agreed with us. And so that was one of the pieces that we struck. The other piece too is that it had kind of an interesting argument in it that if you had received an email on your personal phone, and we know there is some people that have that set up, that there was actually a blurb that needed to be responded to that email, letting them know, letting the sender know at least that this was a personal device or so. We felt like that was cumbersome, and after talking with Neola, we felt like it could be struck, and so we did. So they're kind of talking through that piece. And the rest of it was kind of talking a little bit more, like I said, about that wireless communication device, as far as kind of updating some of the language where communications included some things, but weren't just limited to text messages, instant messages. We tried to future-proof it a little bit in case you're talking about application chatter back and forth and things of that nature. So we added a little bit of that. We actually, probably one of the bigger pieces is that we did talk, not so much a change, but just kind of an affirmation that we wanted to, well, first off, we wanted to go ahead and strike the piece or kind of sort of modify the piece about the authorization. So if I go down to the part that says privacy issues, we talked about proper consent. And there was some language up above there that we felt like may have accidentally, just in things that we're already doing in a current policy with like our social media and things like that, we didn't feel like the superintendent needed to authorize all of that. And so we kind of included or made sure we affirmed the policy at the bottom where it says superintendent and building principals are authorized to determine other specific locations and where the use of a WCD wireless communication device was prohibited. And so basically what we were just trying to do is align it to current practice, and Neola agreed. I think the other thing that I would bring on this one for just a second is Neola had a little bit of a soft question. It says it is suggested that employees in school officials lock and password protect their WCDs when not, and we wanted to make sure that if it included our information, it was required. We felt like that was just a common sense thing, and Neola agreed. So that's kind of a snapshot of the changes that happened there. There is maybe one last thing I would note. It talked about the fact that if there is a litigation hold, what we would do as far as providing those records on an alternate storage device, if they did have it on their personal cell phone. It is one of the interesting tricks about this is that there's a good amount of precedent that if your personal information, let me phrase that, if professional, like work-related information is on your personal cell phone, it could potentially be subject to that litigation hold. I had an experience in another district where that ended up being the case. And so it gets a little bit messy there. And so we wanted to make sure that that information was included and that we were able to offload that data onto another storage device. So.
Okay.
That was good.
I
Next.
like the changes, and I like that we're not expected to not use a computer for anything else, which is silly.
Yeah, gotcha.
I mean, that's just not happening. So I'm glad you changed those things. Or your phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, fair enough. I tell you what might be easier. I'm sorry, I have the policies in the raw with some notes on them. So if we could maybe just, because I'm not there, if it would be possible to call out the policy number that there's any question about,
Sure.
or when to proceed, that would be helpful.
Just run down them, right?
Okay, Diane, what's the next policy? Are we ready, board? Next policy?
Yeah, 7540.
Okay.
Yes, 7540 technology. Again, the changes look pretty straightforward. Do you have any comments on that one, Mr. Weeks?
No, this was probably one of the most straightforward ones. We did talk a little bit about the fact that students and parents must sign and submit student technology acceptable use policy. We talked with Neola about that, and we're able to believe that we could incorporate that in the process around the student code of conduct. There's an acceptable use policy that is there, and so we felt like the separate signing did not align to current practice, and so we just wanted to align it to current practice. And now, a little bit of future proofing there, if I am to bring that up. I think there may be an intention, after talking with Sabrina Dillon Banks, there may be an intention of making that multiple years or so, and so that's why we took that language. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, my computer is freezing a bit, so I'm just making sure you're still there.
We're good. You keep going.
Good. Okay. Okay. Good deal. We talked about something that we think we can make. I'm sorry.
We were moving on to the next one. 7540 01 technology privacy.
Good deal. Let me grab it.
Yeah, I think he's.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, but there are all
Dr. Wheeler, can you pick up the slack?
Okay, so a couple.
Okay, he's terrible.
There is that this one was a little bit.
Dr. Wheeler, can you fill in every other word that you're hearing?
To some extent. We got rid of just basically a couple of sentences or a phrase in the beginning.
Okay, this is not working.
Dwayne, you're having some
let's try
technical.
something
You
else.
have some major technical
A
problems.
phrase in the beginning, but in the red, you will see
Dr. Wheeler, can you jump in there?
Should we
And
have him
have
call
kind of
it?
an inclusion. I'm sorry.
we can't,
We're
you're
hearing
terrible.
you. Your sound is cutting out.
He means
Yeah.
not you. Your sound is
Not,
terrible.
not you personally, but freezing up. And can Dr. Wheeler
you
carry
hold
the
solid-
slack? Because it seems
hold
like
the
he's
solid
on.
connection for 4 hours and then it decides to go out now, right? So that's how that goes. I think I'm back.
Oh,
Can y'all hear me okay?
You're back now.
Seems okay.
Okay.
Good.
Good. Hopefully the pigeon or whatever it is that landed on the line that AT&T uses will fix that. Anyway, long story short is
Okay, while we
that,
can hear you, talk quick.
Exactly. So one other thing that we did in the red, probably one of the biggest points, was staff personal information may be shared with other organizations. We want to be careful about this. We're not obviously trying to, it's the discussion about sharing student information. However, there are some requirements that are required by the Florida Department of Education. And so we wanted to make sure that was included. And then we also said if we do that, then we will submit a data sharing agreement that will be submitted to the board for approval. That's pretty standard issue, and you'll agree with that. I think the other thing is that we just basically mentioned that the administrators and supervisory can access the information should there need to be an audit or whether there's a question. And we talked a little bit, we thought we refined. They were talking about computer files, voicemail, electronic mail. That seemed like out of date. And so we just wanted to make sure that we included devices and also any electronic content and tried to get examples include, but not limited to there. And then we struck information that Neola agreed with us, just they didn't seem to think we didn't think it was particularly useful, that it kind of bloated the policy a touch. And then there's a little bit more refining about what you do in the case of our data loss prevention policy, things of that nature. So.
Very good. Looks good. What's the next?
All right. Let's keep going. So the next one is
754002.
754002 web content, apps and services.
As we're going, if I'm too fast and somebody wants to speak up, speak up.
Oh, no, you're good.
It's hard to keep track of everyone.
Yeah, exactly. So here's what we had for this. We just refined some of the language because technically, if we use Google Classroom as an example, we wanted to make sure that we were following the appropriate state and federal laws, and there's a whole bunch of them like SIPA and COPA. We just wanted to ensure that any content that we create on any of our web pages, originally it was kind of focused more on web pages, but honestly with apps like Google and things of that nature, all of that still applies. And we wanted to make sure that any of these web pages or sites, maybe, we didn't want to put the will, but we did also want the ability for us to have some kind of control over the content. And if we had an issue, potentially put in a policy of proofing it before it were to go on anything. So for example, a school website or so, we don't have to do that, but we put the may language in there just in case we could. That was on advice of Neola to have a little bit of that leeway. And then the rest of it will stay the same. A lot of it, like accessibility, things like that, are required by law.
Very good.
So this,
Okay.
Dwayne,
Yes,
this
sir.
one here where it talks about under B, use of web pages, then this allows the teachers to be able to go on some of the programs or some of the web pages that they used to be blocked out of?
I think we'll have to look at that. This policy by itself doesn't necessarily do that, but that's something that we had a little bit of a conversation with Neola about, and we can redefine in guidelines that we can send to you or have for your review. But in this particular case, it's basically talking about the fact, kind of guidelines for the creation of that content. So, but if there is a website that needs review, we can set those guidelines separately. I actually had a question to Neola about that, and they suggested that be separate from policy, that there be some kind of mechanism to approve that, but not in the creation of the content, at least. This was mainly focused on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good.
All right.
Next.
Which is, I believe, is that?
The next one is the student technology acceptable use at 7540.03.
After that, hold on just a second.
Where there's a lot of strikes.
Yeah, there was some. Sorry, the computer's being exceptionally slow, probably related to the internet issue. Okay, so this one there were a few strike-throughs. I feel like the first part of the language was a little bit fluffy, to be honest with you. It talked about technology has fundamentally altered the ways and so on and so forth. And we just tried to lean a little bit towards maybe a little bit leaner policy, so when people read it, that it was a little more direct to the point. I think one thing that we wanted to make sure of is to reinforce that it does not serve, our internet or network system does not serve as a public access service. And so we felt like that was important. And we also use the word limited educational purpose, which you see in these policies quite a bit. I think one of the other things too is that you'll see a little bit of emphasis about students' personal communication devices, should they be connected to the network. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. But this one strike through that if I go down to about the, looks like first, second, third, fourth, fifth paragraph, I think one of the things it talked about is almost language from the 90s to some extent, where, you know, in the past we would basically, there was always kind of an assumption as we were transitioning into these digital resources that you would actually review every resource previous to it as far as through like some formal review process. The internet is more wide open than that. And we took that language out kind of based on that expectation. However, it doesn't let people off the hook for any of the federal guidelines or to block access, as you can see, to any materials that are obscene or cause any other issues. Inappropriate is a word that we put in there as well. And Neola seemed to like that idea just fine. I think one of the things is that it talked about basically requirements of SIPA that kind of got a little bit too in the weeds, and so we struck them. And then some of the other things that we changed is that it talked about whether or not, it basically talked a little bit about like the superintendent or the chief of technology may temporarily or permanently unblock access. We used the terminology, we actually had superintendent or designee, but Neola likes that superintendent the way they designate it. And so that was going to be us. And then I think the only other languages for the most part were when we bring the code of conduct to you, we're going to talk a little bit more about an opt-out policy. And earlier I mentioned that it had a sign-in policy, basically, like you had to sign something every year or so. And there was some language that got redone around opting out. And so that's kind of it for that. A lot of the strike-throughs we felt like weren't the most important, unless anybody has a different piece of feedback on that.
I do have a question on the word inappropriate, like what I don't know, wherever it is, I can't find it in a second, but whatever we choose as our social media policy, inappropriate is kind of, is it good enough legally? Because we do get weird, I don't know, YouTube videos occasionally is what I'm thinking of from the kooky something teacher. And like that happens, or it has happened. So what defines inappropriate, I guess is the question.
Yeah, I think inappropriate is a word that we struggled with back and forth, and we actually had a little bit of a conversation with Neola around it, just because we did feel a little bit like everything else was talking about pornography. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, that's clear. Well, should be.
You know, obscenity has a legal definition and things of that nature. I think the problem we came into, which was this kind of sort of interesting, and we felt like we needed to mention it. If I were just to pick any topic to some extent, would that be inappropriate? Well, it kind of depends on the context, correct? And so we wanted to have on the student acceptable use policy, not there to be a shield. It required a little bit of judgment to some extent, but it does get into a little bit of an interesting land with something we thought we could identify, or let me rephrase this, something we could define more once we got to the student code of conduct, which we've actually revised that, and you'll be seeing that in a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay. Okay, so in the code of conduct, it'll be more clear than in the policy. That makes sense.
It will. It is. I think it's a fair point, though. It's a bit of a gray area, to be honest with you. We just felt like they did kind of propose like a scenario to us that didn't make comfortable. It didn't violate those things, and so the question became like, well wait a minute. We do some latitude there.
Okay.
Anything else about that? One other note is we started to talk a little bit less about email accounts and more about general school accounts that would include Office 365, Google, et cetera, but not so much specifically an email account. There was a lot of language that talked about email, and we were kind of like, all right, that's 2000 something else at this point. So not funny.
Okay. All right, next policy.
Okay, so.
The next one was the staff fair use, or.
Yeah, the 7540.04. So a couple of things that we went ahead and took out. There's some language about the student assigned email accounts. We felt like that was not necessarily there because it kind of defined being able to use them for things that email accounts are just used for. It just seemed like it was not really relevant to the policy so much. There was some language that they made us, well, they didn't make us, but we actually had a conversation about moving. We felt like staff members retain rights and communication for collective bargaining purposes and union organizational activities. That was language they were pretty insistent on. We just moved it up to talk where we thought it made more sense. And so we just talked about the technology access. And then for the most part, we struck out general school rules for behavior and communication apply, not really knowing, not to say Neola doesn't do great work, but that sentence didn't seem like it made any sense to us. In this particular case, we just thought, yeah, good behavior does apply. Things that would be defined a little more explicitly somewhere in an employee handbook or otherwise.
Dwayne, on page 37, you just need to correct the spelling. Well, in that paragraph where it talks about staff members' use of district technology, where it's in green, need to change those letters around where it says and.
Oh, gotcha. But that time it was probably late in the day. We were all, if you start, well, I don't have to tell y'all, if you start looking at policies, they start to blend together a little bit, right? So, all right, next.
Okay, 06, district issued student electronic communication.
Is that 05 or 06?
No, I think it's district issued staff electronic communication, correct?
Right.
Okay, gotcha. So it didn't add terribly much to this. One of the things that we put in is the same thing that you see every time we send an email. We just made sure that it was at the bottom of the email messages. This is an alignment to current practice. A couple of words there. We changed words from like viruses, again, old term, security threats. And then this was probably where some of the language was the most archaic. All that stuff talks about listservs or RSS feeds and things like that. And to be honest with you, we just felt like that language was so far gone it needed to go. So we also had this great language about, if you remember back in the day, where the email folks would basically tell you you only had 5 megabytes left of storage space and you had to empty your mailbox. Well, we killed that language because that's not been true for a long time. So anyway, there's that. And then I think everything else was pretty much straightforward. Yeah, I think the only other thing we had is that don't use invalid or forged headers if you're spamming your coworkers or something like that, but nobody's going to do that. And that's not how that works so much anymore. And then I think the last thing is that we also said, I think this was an important piece. It's a small couple sentences, but it means a lot. If you're using Edgenuity to communicate, same rule applies. If you're using Google Classroom to communicate, same rules apply. It just talks about any district application that performs the function of communication, same thing.
Good.
All right, next.
Okay. 06, the student electronic communication.
Okay. One, two, double in.
Very straightforward.
Yeah, this one you just took
This
out
looks-
email and added the other electronic devices.
Yeah,
There really
I think
isn't
it's basically
anything
the same.
substantial on that
This
one.
looks like standard, yeah.
Yeah, so are y'all good with that one being going?
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Next.
All right, we're on 7542, access to district technology and or information resources from wireless communication devices.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you do that again? My computer has blocked out.
7542.
Good deal. You're not having a good day. Okay, so in this particular case, 7542, in information resources from wireless communication device. I'm sorry, can I go through that again, 7542?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so in this case, so this one may have been marked incorrectly. I apologize in board docs. This is one we were going to move to basically delete. Let me explain why. I don't know if it's got all the strike throughs in it. I'd have to defer to one of our folks to see if that got in there, but let me go ahead and kind of give you the rundown on this particular one. We felt like this one talked a lot about business networks and things of that like, and we just, oh wait, hold on a second real quick. I apologize.
Yeah, you're on the wrong one.
I've got an older, the board doc's going to be loaded, gave me a bit. I'm sorry. All apologies. So no, there is an edited version of 7542. And so basically what this one did is that this one, we're coming up on one, we deleted it. It's not this one. This one basically talked about how we're going to govern the guest network. It does talk about, and I think this is something that is kind of a key thing, if I remember correctly. It talks about us getting rid of the student ability to bring in a device. So I'm not saying that this policy by its nature is doing it, but as we're about to move to a one-to-one footing, one of the things that we've done at every school that we've gone one-to-one to prevent saturation of our network is we've turned BYOD down because the students are being provided a device. And so what this does is this isn't the piece that does that, to be honest with you, but it is the piece that goes in and starts to take away the idea of a student network on it. So we didn't explicitly say we're going to have a student network that's available wirelessly for everybody. Their personal device, if we were getting ready to be on the eve of providing every student with a device. And so again, it doesn't actually make that maneuver, but it is one of those things that kind of paves the way for the language, if you get what I'm saying. What we did want to do is include the student network and then have to come in. And we are very close to going one-to-one. We are about 7,500 devices away from going one-to-one. So it's happened a lot faster than we thought.
So what are they getting? I mean, obviously they are going to be online on their device. They just won't be online on the personal device?
Correct. So what this is basically doing is it's talking about providing that network for their personal device. And again, that strategy is if you have an access point, our infrastructure team has done a remarkable job of getting us up to speed, to be honest with you. However, the trick is that if we were to add a device or two, in some cases with some kids, we would saturate this and basically pull the network down. So, and the reason we've had a lot of success in our high schools is we turn BYOD basically off. We have the principal, we ask them, there's a way, that waiver process. We just took that out of policy because we're getting ready to move pretty fast.
Okay.
So everything else basically was, again, some extra language that got knocked out. And I apologize about that. I had like I said, board docs freaked out for a second.
Okay, next.
That should be all of yours, or at least on my packet. That is the last one.
Social media?
The social media one was Sherry Owens, and we've already gone through that one. Did you have any questions about that one, Mr.
No.
You can address that one.
No.
Okay.
Did he have I thought he wanted to delete a policy.
I think you may not see it. It's 7543. It's just a esoteric policy that would mean every time we log into ClassLink, we remotely log into a server from off network, and therefore we're all guilty of being punished up to termination or something like that. So the whole policy.
Yeah, we don't have it.
It
at all.
was already deleted.
It's in the
from-
75.
It's already deleted.
It's in the 7,000. That's why we don't have it.
It's new.
Sure.
It's gone.
Okay. All right. Are we good, Diane?
We're
No.
perfect.
The superintendent?
We have, Mr. Johnson has
Two.
two policies that he's going to address.
Briefly.
Very good.
Yeah, the first one is, I just wanted to make sure, I kind of got lost in all of the revisions. The policy that came before you for the clubs, which isn't in the group today, had policies for high school, middle school, and elementary school. And I did go back and check, and Mr. Matthias mentioned that that didn't look like the one that we approved was after the lawsuit, and it wasn't.
Right.
There was a different one, and it was just like the high school one for all intents and purposes.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that one gets, I don't know, Patty, who needs to make sure that she changes that
Yeah.
one?
I thought the changes were made, which is why it didn't make it to this packet, but we can
Okay.
verify that they've already been done.
All right, I just didn't know whether that was or not.
Okay.
The only other one, or actually, there's two policies about weapons on the list for today. One's page 7, 5772, weapons. I think that one's for students. And the other one is 7217 on page 14. Our problem with the weapons policy, the 7217, is it's got the wrong definition of weapon in it. We can go, I mean, all we want to do is, we have the definition of weapons. We want to change it to make sure it's consistent with the statutory definition. Yeah, the one that's in the one for students is the one that we think they should be using here. And to make sure that we confirm that what the board's intent is for weapons for law enforcement officers, other people, the guardians, and for people who have guns in a locked compartment in their car who have a valid carry permit, those persons are the only ones, adults allowed to have weapons on campus. And that no student is allowed to have any kind of weapon, firearm, or any other device on campus. And that's what.
That is the intent.
That's what we're moving towards, making sure, and we'll talk to Neola and get that fixed.
Okay.
Cool.
That's it.
That's it.
All right.
So can I just make sure I understand, because I can't hear real well. So Mr. Johnson, the weapons policy under students, 5772 is okay as is. It's the 7217 that we need to make changes to. Is that correct?
Elizabeth?
That's correct. There was one change that was made on the weapons policy that Sabrina has already changed, that's not in the Neola packet, but it's already been addressed, so.
Okay.
And we'll give you the language for the other one.
Okay.
The club.
As soon as we get back.
Okay. So are we done with policy now?
We're done.
Yes.
Very good. Well done, everyone. This was a long haul. Okay, so board member comments. Mrs. Luke? Oh, well, we can do Mr. Dodd.
You saw me on mute. I was ready to say I don't have any further comments.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
You're right. I'm good also.
Very good. Mr. Campbell.
I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Matthias.
Well, because I do this time. So I only have one, and I just wanted to share that over the last few weeks, I've had the opportunity to stand next to and participate with some of the greatest Lake County administrators and what will be safe school officers, because I just completed the Guardian training with them. So successfully, by the way. And the last class was Saturday, and it seemed appropriate. It was on, and the timing certainly was appropriate. It was on racial intelligence, and you can imagine how that conversation went, and especially as it evolved around the recent killing, and then how each of us processes in our daily lives, more than it being about necessarily black, white, green, or red. It was more about how do you personally process things. And so we were given some items, and one of them I was told I could give away, and that when someone does something special and that you're especially grateful for, has shown real leadership, then you're supposed to pull like this coin, and on the back of it, it says gratitude, do the right things today, and it says at the top, what am I grateful for? And what I'm grateful for is I'm really grateful for the leadership from our district and from our superintendent, as we have, there's some things called emotional intelligence, which we've had to deal with graduation. There's situation intelligence, which we've had to deal with graduation. And then there's some blockhead intelligence, which we've had to deal with oh, did I say graduation? So I'm very grateful for your leadership, Superintendent. So I'm going to give you this coin that said you can either put it in your pocket and look at it every day, or you may share it with someone who's done the right thing.
Well,
But that's my comments.
Well, thank you very much.
I'll
And
keep it in my
congratulations.
pocket
As you
as
should.
as a reminder of how grateful I am, and to everyone who has really been flipping back and forth on graduation, since that's and just the leadership from our school principals who have been tremendously flexible and very gracious, and to Mr. Carr and his team who've been working alongside them the past couple of days. And as it says, do the right things. We're going to do the right things for kids.
Yep.
That's all I had.
Okay, I just wanted to just hit on, I think it's been public, the number of students is public now, right, Diane? Superintendent? Per graduation?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
all.
okay.
That's all been announced.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that was announced, that the result, after we measured out the stadium and made sure that we had 6 feet between people, between family groups, that we were only able to get 2 people invited per family, which is harsh, and we know that. And I'm sorry that that is how it came out. We had hoped to have more family members be able to sit together, but we have to abide by the health standards, and I just hope people can really focus in on the graduating seniors and the fact that they're actually going to get to walk on a stage and get to see their teachers and their parents. And, you know, we can have 2 people. So this is the best we can do with the situation we have. And I hope that it provides the ceremony that you want your kids to have. And that's really all I have. Superintendent, did you have other comments?
Yeah, we just wanted to acknowledge speaking of graduation, Tim Totten, one of our community folks who did the banners for all of our seniors. And we know that was a huge undertaking, and so we're very grateful that he's been able to get the cities involved and get those banners up, and also for the churches and the Laser, the group through the charities organization for the Sheriff's Department. They have made over 3,000 masks, which we'll be delivering to the schools this week for every graduate. Just a tremendous show of community support and effort. So we're really grateful to all the work that's been done.
Very good.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, did you have any comments?
Yes, I do. My wife and our 12th grandchild was born Monday night at 2:45.
Nice.
That's wonderful.
Camila Ann Johnson is doing very well. Thank you.
Well, since you
Very
mentioned
good.
that, and Mr. Matthias wants to gavel, we had another grandbaby recently, didn't we, Dr. Weiskopf?
We did. I have a brand new granddaughter, another granddaughter. And she is coming on 2 weeks old on Thursday. So, Callie Mae Weiskopf. So.
Excellent. Any other births? Let's get it all out now.
Oh, Miss Luke?
No.
Oh, no, she's good. Okay. All right, with that, Mr. Matthias, could you gavel us out, please?
You bet.
We're adjourned.